Members, I need 10 more of you in the chamber. Members, I need 10 more in the chamber so we can get started. Members, I'm down to 6. I need 6 members in the chamber so we can get started. It's time.
The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Bella Sanson. She is the Alabama FFA State Sentinel.
If everybody would bow your heads. Lord, we come before you today with thankful hearts for the opportunity to serve and lead. Thank you for the men and women in this chamber who have dedicated themselves to guiding our great state. Grant them wisdom in their decisions, patience in their discussions, and strength in their service. Lord, being here today, I am reminded of the values of hard work, integrity, and stewardship principles that not only guide those in agriculture, but also lead with purpose. May these same values shape the work done in this chamber today and every day. Bless the people of Alabama, our farmers, teachers, students, and families. May we always seek to serve others with humility and work together for the good of our communities. Let us lead not for recognition, but for the impact we can make in the lives of those around us. Today and every day, we are the vessels for your good work. Be with us in your efforts, and may all that we do bring honor to you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I'd like to ask for floor privilege for the Marion Military Institute. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's quite an honor today to have the Marion Military Institute with us to help us with our pledge. So at this time, I will recognize them. Members, today our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Leanne Kaiser. She is an Alabama FFA State Secretary.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hope, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, Stodhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
Sixty-five 65 members have answered roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that floor privileges be granted to the following SLC representatives for special recognition: Lindsey Gray, Regional Director; Jill Clark, Director of Development; Angel Toswa, Director of Marketing Program; Tom Updike, Senior Policy Analyst; and Katie Lee, Policy Analyst.
Hearing any objections? Hearing no objections, it is granted. Chairman Lovern.
Got some brief remarks that they'd like to make and request a reading of the resolution, opportunity for SLC's guests to speak.
Lindsay.
Thank you for having me and the CSG South team here today. Thank you, Speaker, for allowing us to come on the floor. We are so excited, under the leadership of Speaker Ledbetter, to be leading the Southern Legislative Conference in Birmingham, Alabama this summer, July 19th through 23rd. We are prepared to showcase the best of Alabama throughout those 4 days. We are expecting at least 1,700 people to come. We have already had 700 legislators register from across the 15 southern states that we serve with policy analysis and research. So thank you so much, Speaker Ledbetter, for being a wonderful chair this year. Your guidance has been absolutely imperative for us, and we just really appreciate all the time and effort that you've put behind this. We are ready to roll out the red carpet in Birmingham this summer and making sure that we're showcasing everything in the best light that it can, and we have a lot in store for July. So we just appreciate it and hope that you all come out and support as well. And if you need anything 365 days a year, please know that we are a resource to you all. We serve you as members with policy analysis and research. We have several leaders in here from our leadership development program, several graduates. So anything we can ever do, we just want to continue to serve Alabama. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me say it's certainly good to have Lindsay and her staff here today, and it's been a pleasure working with her as chairman of SLC this year. But the main thing, I think I am so excited to showcase what I consider the new Alabama. And with what's the growth that's been in our state and the gains that we have made in a lot of different areas and job growth and education, and it's exciting for the rest of the 15 southern states to come to Alabama and see that. And thank you guys for what you're doing. I would go remiss if I didn't thank my staff. Jade Wagner has been leading our staff with that, and so thank you for that. And we have been working with Pro Tem Gudger and certainly everybody involved. There will be requests from some of you in the chamber for welcoming committees and some of the things going on. It's kind of exciting to see what we've got lined up. Now, we're going to showcase Alabama from one end to the other. And from Huntsville to here in Montgomery, and certainly Birmingham and Tuscaloosa and further on. So I'm very excited to have everybody here, a lot of my friends from across the country, speakers and people I've worked with through the years. And I will say this, I think SLC, in my opinion, is the best organization to learn policy from and to get directive from other states. So thank you, Lindsay, for that. And certainly it's a pleasure to serve as chairman of SLC this year. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, will you read the resolution, please?
Whereas the Council of State Governments Southern Office is a nonpartisan, nonprofit member organization that serves the southern legislatures of Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia. And whereas, with regionally based leadership perspective and national level resources, CSG South provides Southern legislators and government staff with a wide variety of programs and services that facilitate regional cooperation and encourage the exchange of information. And whereas the mission of the organization is to serve as a community of the states committed to connecting, informing, inspiring, and empowering public servants in all three branches of state government to put the best ideas and solutions into practice. And whereas, in pursuit of this mission, CSG South has convened the Southern Legislative Conference for the past 78 years with decades of fellowship and cooperation between the Southern states. The 79th Southern Legislative Conference will convene in Birmingham, Alabama from July 19th to 23rd, 2025. And whereas more than 1,500 Southern legislators, government staff, and their families will gather to discuss policy matters specifically affecting Southern states to bridge commonalities and discuss solutions for current policy trends, challenges, and opportunities. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that the Council of State Governments Southern Office is highly commended for holding the annual Southern Legislative Conference, and we welcome all Southern legislative, executive, and judicial officials to our great state of Alabama for the 2025 conference.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Thank you for being with us today. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I'd like to have a motion to suspend the rules for a time-sensitive resolution.
You heard the recommendation. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Clerk, read your resolution.
Resolution by Representative Bracy.
Yes, sir.
Whereas Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the first intercollegiate Greek letter fraternity established for African Americans, was founded at Cornell University in Ithaca, New York on December 4th, 1906, by Henry Arthur Callis, Charles Henry Chapman, Eugene Kinkle Jones, George Biddle Kelly, Nathaniel Allison Murray, Robert Harold Ogle, Werner Woodson Tandy, known as the Jewels, who recognized the need for a strong bond of brotherhood among African descendants in this country. And whereas Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated for 118 years has been a beacon of light to the community by standing true to its aims of manly deeds, scholarship, and love for all mankind. And whereas Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated has produced over 200,000 members that were inducted into 706 college and alumni chapters in the United States, Europe, Asia, and the Caribbean. And whereas Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated continues to make a difference in our society through the fraternity's national programs of civic outreach initiatives, which accumulate over 1 million hours of community service, producing 2.5 million in scholarships, and registering thousands of American citizens to participate in the voting process. And whereas the 17th annual Alpha Day at the Capitol convenes under the leadership of Alabama District Director Michael Raynard Mabry and District Deputy Director Kelvin T. Wallace Sr., representing 32 chapters across the state of Alabama. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that the members of this body commend Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated and the Alabama District chapters for their outstanding contributions to this nation and the state of Alabama, and recognized April 1st, 2025 as Alpha Phi Alpha Day at the Alabama State Capitol.
The chair recognizes Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it's okay, I'd like to extend an opportunity for our district director, Brother Mayberry, to say a brief greeting to the House.
Permission granted.
Right here.
Greetings to all. The Brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the District of Alabama would like to thank you for the proclamation and for your host for Alpha Day on the Hill. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once we pass the resolution, I ask that the House be added as co-sponsors.
Yeah, you've heard the gentleman's request. Once we pass the resolution, the House be added for co-sponsors. All in favor say aye. Aye. All in favor of co-sponsors. Any opposed? Granted. Thank you, gentlemen. Certainly good to have you guys here with us today. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the resolution. I think we got some in the gallery and some outside the chamber. Let's give them a big hand for joining us today. Thank you, Representative Bracy. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. Chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 16th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 16th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, reading the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for the
Thank you,
purpose
Mr.
of making
Speaker.
announcements.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got a bunch of announcements. Members, pick your bills off from LSA at the desk here in the chamber. If you have a bill, it's at the desk. Please get it. The online form for your statement of economic interest must be completed and filled out with the Ethics Commission no later than April 30th. That's 29 days. Fill out your ethics form. Tuesday is FFA Day on the Hill. Today is Alpha Day at the Capitol. Airbus is having a reception tonight from 5 to 7 at Ravello's. The Economic Development Association of Alabama has a reception from 5:30 to 7 at RSA Plaza Terrace. Wednesday, Alabama Iron and Steel Council's legislative briefing is at 8:30 a.m. in room 402, the former cloakroom. The Alabama Pharmacy Association has a legislative lunch from 11 to 1 p.m. on the lawn of the Capitol. Higher Education Partnership legislative reception is from 4:30 to 7:30 at RSA Plaza. Power Partners legislative reception is from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Montgomery Whitewater Park on Maxwell Boulevard. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated legislative meet and greet will be from 5:30 to 7:30, the Nest at Alabama State University. And please always remember Thursday morning ALCAP prayer breakfast is from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. at RSA Plaza. Also, if you want to buy your T-shirt for the Battle of Tom Bigby, your order has to be in Thursday. If you want a T-shirt for the Battle of Tom Bigby, your order has to be in by Thursday. That's all of the announcements, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. You're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open for the clerk to complete his business paperwork and we reconvene Thursday, April the 3rd at 9 a.m. Thursday, 9 a.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion prevails. The clerk will now receive reports of standing committees. Receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 149 by Representative Bracey, congratulating Ben Harris for being inducted into the National High School Sports Hall of Fame. House Joint Resolution number 152 by Representative Hall, commending Dr. Shannon D. Williams for professional achievements and lasting impact on African American history pertaining to women and religion. House Joint Resolution number 143 by Representative Shaver, commending the winners of the 2024 Great Alabama 650 race and the Alabama Scenic River Trails efforts in state promotion. Senate Joint Resolution number 41 by Senator Beasley, commending John F. Smith III for his many professional accomplishments.
I move adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 156 by Representative Ross, commemorating the bicentennial of the Marquis de Lafayette's 1825 visit to Alabama.
I move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk will call the first uncontested local bill on regular call.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 429 by Representative Jackson relating to Monroe County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 6-7 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 429. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 22 ayes, 0 nays. HB 429 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 430 by Representative Jackson relating to Monroe County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 65 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 430. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 17 ayes, 0 nays. HB 430 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 431 by Representative Jackson relating to Monroe County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 59 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 431. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 18 ayes, 0 nays. HB 431 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 452 by Representative Underwood relating to Colbert County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 63 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 452. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 15 ayes, 0 nays. HB 452 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 453 by Representative Underwood relating to Colbert County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 62 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of 453. Mr. Clerk, unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 15 ayes, 0 nays. 453 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 455 by Representative Jackson relating to Clark County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk, unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 63 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage. HB 455. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 16 ayes, 0 nays. HB 455 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 456 by Representative Jackson relating to Clark County.
Question for the body's adoption. Representative Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before we pass, I have an amendment for House Bill 456.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 66 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asked that we amend House Bill 456, replacing line 23 on page 1 with the following subject: to any of the following. Replace line 26 on page 1 with the following: an individual applying for a pistol permit. 3, the district attorney or a grand jury requesting a service for a law enforcement, investigatory, or prosecutorial function. This is the exemption. To replace line 62 on page 3 with the following: the district attorney and the grand jury shall be exempt from payment of fees provided by this section. And this act shall become effective on October.
Okay, you heard the gentleman's explanation of the amendment. Question for the body is adoption of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 31 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Question now before the body is final passage of HB 456 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Chair thanks the gentleman. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 19 ayes, 0 nays. HB 456 has passed as amended. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 457 by Representative Jackson relating to Clark County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 68 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 15 ayes, 0 nays. HB 457 has passed. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 458 by Representative Jackson relating to Clark County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 65 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 458. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 24 ayes, 0 nays. HB 458 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill number 395, a constitutional amendment by Representative Collins relating to Morgan County.
Chairwoman Collins.
I would thank you. I appreciate the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I need to offer an amendment. I know we need to do the BIR first, but this constitutional amendment, our county's over 130,000 people, and we just believe our probate judge needs to have an attorney background. Even this session, we've passed 4 bills about probate judges, and that's why.
Okay. You heard the explanation of the amendment. Let's adopt the BIR. Clerk unlock the machine and the members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 61 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. You heard the lady's explanation of the amendment.
Well, the amendment is going to actually add the equitable jurisdiction, which has to be a part of that, and I inadvertently left that out.
Yeah, you've heard the explanation for the amendment. I guess it's a technical error, really. Okay. Question for the body is adoption of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members shall vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 51 ayes, 1 nay. HB 395 has passed. Thank you.
I asked for final passage. That was the amendment.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 395. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. Okay, on final passage, this is a constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. Okay, clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 68 ayes, 1 nay. HB 395 has passed. Question for the body now is for local resolution. Clerk unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 49 ayes, 1 nay. I wonder why you've been voting no all this time. Nothing's changed. Been voting no for 2 weeks. Okay, we're just going to clear it and do it again. Try it one more time. Okay, the question for the body now is passage of HB 395 as amended. Clerk unlock the machine, the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 42 ayes, 0 nays. HB 395 is passed as amended. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Leeds, Chairman Lovren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 171 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 42 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 40 with substitute by Senator Kelly relating to firearms.
Representative Bedso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the resolution. It's an honor to be here to bring back a version, the Senate version of a House bill that's already been before this members, the Houston Hunter Act, named after 2 young, brave Alabamians who served their country, Houston Tumlin and Hunter Whitley, who both tragically took their life by the use of a firearm after their service to their country. Simply put, this act provides liability protection to any gun dealer who holds their federal firearms license who choose to participate in a program where members of the military, veterans, first responders, or anyone in the community may voluntarily surrender their weapon in a safe, secure way while they're experiencing suicide ideations. The liability protection is limited to the act of return the firearm. The language of this bill has been carefully vetted to not overextend this liability protection beyond the scope of its intention. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BR.
Do recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore, speaking on the BR. While she's making her way down here, we'd like to recognize the Madison County District Attorney's Office, District Attorney Rob Bouchard, Assistant District Attorney Tim Gann, and Investigator Jim Cook. They're guests of the Madison County delegation. Good to have you guys with us today. Ms. Moore, let me get this other group real quick. I also would like to recognize in the gallery the AARP chapter from Birmingham, Jefferson County, Montgomery County, and Millbrook. And I guess they're the guest, Ernestine. She's the one that brought me the note. So thank y'all for being with us today. Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, could you just break that bill and what your intent is down a little more?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a overall program, and I need to start there first. There is a program that is already well underway of being created called the SAFER program. What this program will do was any federal firearms licensed dealer, gun stores, gun shops that choose to participate, the program will go to that business, provide education, and also, most importantly, provide some secure gun lockers that when military veterans, first responders, and frankly, anyone in the community, if they're experiencing suicidal ideations, they would feel better about not having their weapons in their possession. They can go to one of these locations, they can open up the locker, they can retrieve out literature on how to get suicide prevention help. They can place their weapon in there, they can lock it, and they walk away. It separates them from their weapon. And
But
when
the weapon would be maintained
that's right, it would
away from their house.
It would be maintained in the lobby and that secure locker inside of that gun store. At the point in time when that veteran, military, first responder is ready to retrieve their weapon, they simply go back and retrieve their weapon.
Now, I don't see the safety in that. I'm gonna tell you why. If I'm in a zone and what it appears when people are really ready and thinking about suicide, I don't know what kind of information they'll get. Is it written information when they're having suicidal thoughts and going into this place? So I don't think that'll prevent it, because when you hell bent to do something, you're gonna do it. Now, if they're having a suicidal thought and we have a person or persons there when they go in, maybe that person can talk to them each time they go in, because there's no real way that you could determine when they're going to come and get that gun and go ahead and commit suicide. I think I feel better if each and every time, if they come for some whatever reason to say they need to remove their gun from the secured place, that there's somebody physically there to talk to them, to see exactly what their state of mind is on that particular day and at that particular time. Because that's just reading it, I'm saying, well, when people are if things are just so bad for them that day, and this is what they're going to do, is there a person when they walk in and they say, I want to remove my gun, is there a person that say, well, for a few minutes, let's talk?
This bill does not. This is simply a liability protection bill. I think you're asking questions that might be really good for the creators of that program, but the program cannot exist unless we have the liability.
We're doing something to add to that program through this bill, right?
Well, the bill itself is a liability protection that allows this program to begin to get off the ground. Without the liability protection, the program can't exist. So this bill simply at the core is a
We are contributing
liability.
to the program, right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
We are contributing to the program through this bill.
We are creating the liability protection that simply relates to the returning of the firearm.
So, but before we do that, I think that we need to be assured, whatever through the program of whomever, that if we're talking about trying to liability protection for the organization, but what about the person that we're working with in the first place? Because that's their protection, but when they go in, when that person go in to secure their weapon, then this is mute if that person secures their weapon and still commits suicide. But then the organization will have protection. But at the same time, it's very difficult to know that the people that they're working with, when they're really intent on doing something. So if the family comes back and say, you were working with my loved one to prevent this from happening, but they still were able to go into the place where their gun was secured, get it, and then come back and commit suicide anyway. I just think that we need some addition. If they're looking for liability protection, from the way I think, that's because they know that if they don't have it and that person secures that weapon anyway, the family could possibly, not that they will, possibly come and file something against the organization itself. So I think if I'd be more secure if in that level of protection we got for the organization, that we have some verbiage that we can probably do something more to, rather than a person just going and securing it. If that gun shop is in the program and the person goes and say, I want my weapon, and they get their weapon and still go and commit suicide, I can foresee the family being at some point to say, well, where was our protection to keep him from doing that? That's all. Just a thought on when we're talking about trying to get security from it and protection.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. While she's making her way down here, I got a few announcements, some guests in the gallery. Travis and Samantha Flanagan from Russellville, the guest of Representative Jamie Kill. Let's give them a big hand. Also, we have a district attorney from Coffee and Pike County, James Tarbox, the guest of Representative Marcus and Perry Moore. Representative Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to make sure I'm clear in understanding exactly what we're doing. Now, I understand that you call it a SAFER program.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a federal program?
No, it is a nonprofit organization. There are some fantastic men and women that are affiliated in our military ranks, a lot of retirees who have a heart for serving the military members in our state, especially those who are struggling with things like suicide ideation. This is a program that's modeled, frankly, after programs that have been done in other states. I mean, at the end of the day, none of us can prevent everyone from making a tragic decision like taking their life. But if we can provide an outlet and only one person chooses to use it, then in my mind, this is a success.
So what I'm trying to determine is why is there a need? If it's it's a nonprofit, what causes or bring about the need for this bill?
Good question, and I'll be a little more clear with it. In order for the gun stores, and I've referred to them as federal firearms licensed dealers, in order for them to be able to participate in this program, they are holding the weapon in a way that they typically don't hold their typical inventory. Instead of being in the back room somewhere, they'll be in a locker in a...
Let's stop right there. So when you said they're holding the weapon, are they holding a weapon of someone who has indicated they may be suicidal? Is that what those the weapons you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am. Someone who has entered their gun store, who has felt like it was a better alternative to be separated from their personal weapon and be locked into a secure safe, and during that time they are experiencing suicide ideations.
And that person generally has gone to that store because of the work of SAFER, generally?
Because the program markets and gets the word out that if you are feeling like you're going to take your life by the use of your firearm, we have an alternative. Please go lock up your weapon at one of these locations.
Okay. And so today, because we don't have that in Alabama, what exactly are we, in addition to storing that weapon, what is it that we are doing? Because you said provide civil immunity. Are you we're providing civil immunity for the store owner?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be for the store owners related to, and again, we work the language with attorneys to ensure that the liability wasn't a gross liability protection for the ownership of that store, that the language of the bill was carefully vetted to not overextend it. It simply relates to the returning of that firearm. So when that person comes back to retrieve their firearm, this is immunity or liability protection for the business owner or the store that decided to participate in this program.
And so if a person, has that happened? I mean, that does, I'm trying to process all of this. That an individual has gone to the store, talked about the possibility of why they wanted to purchase a gun, or did they bring their gun? Is it a combination, or it may be a combination of both?
Well, so let me go back. In today's world, right now, we give people who are experiencing suicidal ideations no other option unless you have a friend that's willing to hold your weapon. We don't allow them a place where they can safely go lock up their weapon if they need to be separated for it. This would be a logical choice to say that a federal firearms licensed dealer would be a logical place that would be willing to participate in this program. So that's why the bill has been written so that those entities, if they choose to participate in the program, they simply sign up, and there's education that goes with it. There's equipment that's provided.
So when you speak of those entities, are you talking about SAFER? Are these individuals, do they necessarily have to be a member of the SAFER organization to have access to this opportunity, or will have had some interaction with the SAFER organization?
The SAFER program is the name. It's an acronym, and forgive me for not knowing what that stands. SAFE is safe storage, but it's open to literally anybody. But because this has military in mind, law enforcement in mind, they will spread the word through those communities. But literally anyone in our community, if they want to discreetly take advantage of this program to keep them from taking their own life, they can walk into a participating location and they can secure their weapon until they're ready to have it back in their possession again.
I noticed that you mentioned military, but it's not limited to the military.
Anyone, absolutely anyone can take advantage of this program.
Houston, the individual naming it Houston Hunter Act, are those individuals Alabamians?
Yes, ma'am. They were both young, 20-something Alabamians who served our military proudly and came back to the state of Alabama experiencing, unfortunately, signs and symptoms of PTSD. And each of them took their life with their own firearm. And so this is in their honor. Their moms have been deeply involved in this endeavor and are passionate and supportive of this. And hope to have them here in Montgomery very soon to see the bill signing.
And so the immunity comes in place if for some reason that individual chooses to go ahead and take his or her life. They are not, the holder of the weapon are not being held liable.
There could be different scenarios. It could be to take their own life or some other act with the firearm after they got the gun back. This would simply say that just because they allowed for that retrieval, they're not held liable. And when I say they, I'm talking about the FFL dealers. The gun shops, federal firearms license dealers.
Are we holding them liable when people go out and...
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Are we holding gun shop owners liable presently for individuals taking their lives?
Not currently, but there's not a program in place that allows for this. So currently, an FFL, if they receive a gun from you, they have to put it into their inventory, and then there are federal forms that have to be filled out as required by the ATF. So they take all those in and hold them in their storage. So then it becomes a matter of federal law. And what this does, and the ATF has already issued a letter saying this doesn't apply to their standards. It is held differently.
Who said it doesn't apply?
I'm sorry?
Who said it doesn't apply to their standards?
So ATF says alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pike. Representative Perrymore will be the third person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Absolutely.
And this bill really is going to protect some of our service members. Is that correct?
Yeah, service members, law enforcement, and any member of the community who is feeling like they want to take their own life, they can take advantage of this program. So literally, it's open to everybody.
I appreciate you bringing this bill and be glad to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Perrymore, before you leave, I understand yesterday was your birthday. Margie, where are you? Representative Wilcox is yield.
If y'all will join me, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Marcus. Happy birthday to you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, be the fourth person on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, remind me kind of what led to you bringing this bill.
Yeah, it was honestly a chance encounter at a conference I was participating in for crisis intervention teams, and I was in Indianapolis. I was there representing the state in behalf of the legislature, and I ran into some very passionate individuals from Alabama, but I was there in Indianapolis. And they've been working on this program. And honestly, at the end of the day, here's the heart and passion, that if we can save just one person's life, prevent them from using their own weapon as an act of suicide, then this program is worth it. And so when I got to know them and see their heart, their passion, their education efforts, the structure of their program, I mean, it's run by people who used to be in the military. You'd expect it this way, right? Some fantastic individuals. There is no doubt in my mind, once we have a chance to implement this program in the state, it's going to make a tremendous difference.
No, absolutely. I bet everyone in this room knows somebody that's been impacted by suicide. I personally have, and I appreciate you bringing this bill. I look forward to voting yes.
Thank you.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 96 ayes, 2 nays, 3 abstentions. The BIR has been adopted. Griffin.
Mr. Speaker, we had a sub and a committee. This is just to take the language that was in the House bill and the Senate bill to align it and simply put the original bill included county and municipal law enforcement as gave them the ability to participate in this program. And we've taken them out. We're strictly limiting this to federal firearms licensed dealers.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the bill. Representative Hendricks, do you want to speak on the amendment or the bill? The bill? Okay, thank you. Question for the body now is adoption of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 90 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment or substitute has been adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Hendricks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I know we spoke about this particular bill. I just want to say I appreciate you for bringing the bill. A lot of people do not understand. If you haven't served in the capacity of a law enforcement officer, you don't understand daily what we go through on a daily basis. It's been plenty of times to where, we had those thoughts, but it was your colleague, your supervisor, whoever it is, talk you through those tough situations. And I say that because not only one of my jobs as in Birmingham Police Department, I'm peer support coordinator. So I'm one of the vice chairs of peer support. And that's one of the things we do. So if we go through like a active shooter situation or use of force that's been serious or dangerous, they call upon us. So what happens is we go out to the scene and we talk to that particular officer and try to coach them through the feelings and the situation that they're going through at that particular time. Back to this bill, I had one of my officers at the time when I was at South Precinct patrolling. Me and him had a great relationship. Now, he's proud military. So he was going through some personal stuff at home. Really didn't know at the time that he was going through. So he called me like, "Hey, Sarge, I thank you for everything you've done. I'll talk to you later." And I knew then something was wrong, right?
Right.
So I called him back. By the grace of God, I looked up his file, found out where he lived, and I immediately rushed over to his house. Come to find out, he was sitting in the living room, like literally sitting in the living room with his Glock 19 and his rifle to his left, and he was this close from committing suicide. When I say it was probably one of the scariest days of my life, but by the grace of God, I was able to talk him through and ask him exactly what he was going through. We was able to retrieve his weapons, and at that time, we didn't have a program like this. We had to take his weapons and put him in the property room, and he could not get his weapons until he get through with his treatment in terms of mental health and all that stuff, and also he had to go through some family counseling. But if this program was available 2 years ago, probably would have been in a better situation. So I want to tell you personally, I appreciate you, man, for bringing this bill.
Well, and thank you for being a leader that you are and a friend that you are to your colleagues. I've had a fellow colleague that took his own life with his firearm as well, and a member of law enforcement. And so I wonder if something like this would have been available, would he have taken advantage of it? And I can remember calling you when I showed interest in this bill back in the summertime, and I remember your response right away and how supportive you've been. You were then and you are now, and I just want to say thank you for this.
I appreciate you. You got a friend in me, so
Absolutely.
Good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is final passage of SB 40 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 93 ayes, 1 nay. SB 40 as substitute has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 28 of the calendar, House Bill number 177 with substitute by Representative Robbins relating to Medicaid.
Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to ask if we could carry this over to the call of the chair.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It has been carried over.
Thank you.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 272 by Representative Collins relating to the Alabama Math and Science Teacher Education Program.
President Collins, before you get started, I got a couple. Let me get through here. Pickens County, we've got Michelle Kirk, Pickens County Revenue, Susan Person, Pickens County Commission, the guest of Ron Bolton and A.J. McCampbell. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Also from Baldwin County, District Attorney Bob Wilters, and he is the guest of the Baldwin County delegation. Thank you for being with us today. Chairwoman Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Today, we're actually going to see several bills that are like this. They're from the Commission on Higher Education. We have some loan repayments for some of our educators in different fields that we're not using all of that money, and so we're going to try to broaden some of those. And so today, you're going to see several of those bills, and this is the first one. We've had a program called AMSTEP to try to increase our math and science teachers around the state and offer loan reimbursement to them as they work in our school systems. And what we want to do is broaden that, because math and science are not the only programs that we have a shortage of teachers in. And so we want to change it basically from AMSTEP to LACIA, which is Loan Assistance in Support of Educators in Alabama. And so that's what this bill does basically. It just broadens the scope of who can apply for this loan assistance. And with that, I'll call for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Chairwoman Collins.
I've had an amendment that's not quite ready. I have it in draft form right now. I can also add it on the Senate committee side. So
Okay.
I'd ask for final passage.
That is the question. Is final passage of HB 272. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 ayes, 1 nay. HB 272 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 376 by Representative Bedsole, relating to motor vehicles.
Representative Bedsole, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 376, the context of the bill is pretty simple, but the concept of the bill is even simpler. Currently, under Alabama law, it is required that there is a redesign of license plates every 5 years, which means you, the citizen, have to get a new license plate put on your vehicle every 5 years, even if there is no redesign. The reason this is important, and the reason I say the concept is simple, is this bill is about saving our counties and our state money. What happens when these tags are reissued is there is mailing fees increase across the state. Our counties, in many cases, are seeing every 5 years, they're seeing a spike in their mailing and postage fees. The state, according to the Alabama Department of Revenue, it costs about $1.82 to develop a license plate. With about 600,000 tags every 5 years, that equates to about $1 million to produce license plates every 5 years. Simply put, if we extend this to 10 years, we can cut that dollar value in half, saving our state about $500,000 or more dollars. As a comparison, many of our neighboring states, they're in line with 10 years or at the discretion of the registrant. Alabama is one of the exceptions in which that we require your tags to be renewed or to be redesigned every 5 years. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to say how important this is for a county like ours that runs the way it runs on a cash basis. It's costing our taxpayers funds that wouldn't have to be spent if we did this on a 10-year basis. And I'm sure other counties that aren't as fortunate as our county is, this would help them too. So, I mean, it's a good bill, a good economic bill. It's a good bill from the standpoint of good use of funds and everything else.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll say while you're here, the county projections that postage is going to skyrocket to $361,394. That is up from about $148,000 just the year before. So you can see what these increased
It's
costs
going
are
up
going
and
to be.
up and up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 99 yeas, 3 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Chair, I didn't do a good job. I brought a prop here. This is a license plate that's been on a birdhouse exposed to the sun. So if any members had concern, are the license plates going to be able to be seen? The answer is yes. This is a 2009 license plate. The only marks on it is actually from Clorox, where we've bleached this to bring it in so it was sanitary. But these license plates will last for an extremely long time and be completely visible. I'm sorry. Call for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 376. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, 3 nays. HB 376 is passed.
Thank you, members. Mr. Chair.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 365 with substitute by Representative Collins relating to Alabama STEM Council.
Chair recognizes Representative Collins from Morgan.
Thank you for the recognition. Several years ago, the governor did an executive order creating a STEM council to try to promote awareness and involvement and connection so that we have quality science and math and engineering programs across the state. And what this bill does is take that same program and just simply codify it just like it is. So I ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
I ask for final passage.
You got a substitute.
Oh, we had a sub with just some technical amendments that were in there that just corrected some things that we had inadvertently left out.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall from Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a lady yield.
I will.
I'm interested in those technical things because
Those technical things, and I don't blame you, and I didn't have a copy of it with me, so I couldn't tell you, but I do now. We had the title because of the new workforce instead of Department of Labor and Department of Commerce. We had to change those titles to the correct ones for workforce. So it was truly just technical language change, and that was all.
So when I read on section
When you
2,
read, look on line 52, it said Chief of Workforce,
Right.
and now it says Chief of the Workforce Pathways Division.
So D is then capital.
Everything else is the same. It just made it that Pathways Division. And we did the same thing on line 191, 192, and the Office of Education of Workforce Statistics.
Okay, I see
and
191, 192, okay.
And then 224 and 225, it says of the Workforce of Pathways Division.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question for the body now is adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, 0 nays. The substitute is adopted.
Thank you very much. I ask for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 365 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, 0 nays. HB 365 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will call the
Thank you,
next bill
body.
on the special order calendar.
On page 44 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 137 by Senator Wagner relating to public utilities.
Chair recognizes Representative Mooney of Shelby.
Thank you, sir. We passed out of the House the companion bill for this, I guess 3 or 4 weeks ago. I'm not quite sure when, but it was HB 140. This bill simply is a bill that permits, allows, does not force a company that has sewer systems that are owned by a parent company and has additional unregulated sewer systems in other counties that they want to put under the PSC. It gives them the ability to do that. So it's just puts together a common regulatory structure for the process to be more efficient in having all the entities regulated than having entities regulated and unregulated, puts them all together to share the common corporate services such as financial, legal, and maintenance. I'd ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I would move final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 137. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. SB 137 passes.
Thank
Clerk
you.
will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Thank you, members of the body, for finishing up this process that was started quite a long while ago. It's now a very good positive thing in our county and others.
On page 23 of the calendar, House Bill number 310 by Representative Lamb relating to the Fair Campaign Practices Act.
Chair recognizes Representative Lamb from Tuscaloosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. House Bill 130 is strictly a cost-saving measure. It allows the Secretary of State to amend the Fair Campaigns Practice Act by allowing them to mail notices via email when the penalty is less than the cost of certified mail. With that, I call for the BR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I'd like to call for final passage.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. I'm trying to make sure I understood. So proper notification from the Secretary of State would be by email?
Yes, ma'am. In the case where the penalty is less than $5.64.
In case where it's less than?
$5.64, which is the cost of certified mail.
Okay, so what happens if the person doesn't receive the email? What happens?
Well, if they don't receive the email, they'll get a notice via, well, they have to receive it because everybody now is required to have an email address with the Fair Campaigns Act.
Right, and you do know sometimes those emails change. I'm just looking at what.
Probably get it through snail mail, regular mail.
So if that email bounces back, then the Secretary of State would then utilize the regular mail for that process? Is that what you're?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't see.
Have you got the bill with you?
I do. It said that the campaign committee, it should be kept current as long as the statement is filed and it is current, and it shall not exceed the cost of the certified mailing. But I didn't find anything that said what if there were penalties other than after 45 days. You're gonna levy penalties on that $5 and something. Is that the way? Do I read that correctly?
No, ma'am, if it's over $5.64, they'll get certified mail.
Okay.
It's just only if it's less than $5.64.
The penalty. Okay. So I'm on look at page 3 where I'm.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm reading the section, the blue section,
What line number are you on?
62.
62?
Right.
And what that says is that they have the email address that's filed with them already. That's what that precludes.
With the statement. Okay. And in the event an imposed penalty exceed the cost of the certified mail, then it must be. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 310. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, 0 nays. HB 310, final passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 1 with substitute by Representative Brown relating to seafood dealers.
Chair recognizes Representative Brown of Mobile County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have House Bill 1 that deals with commercial seafood. I need to do the BIR first. Okay. And what this does is we're going to do a committee sub. We table the committee sub to get to the floor sub. That's an agreement between the Grocery Association and the Seafood Association. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR, but the chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
You have a floor sub?
Yes, ma'am. I will. You want to take it and read it?
And you're just not bringing it?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not good.
Well, it's.
I mean, seriously. I mean, you came from the committee. You had a sub from the committee. I think that's what I have.
We had a committee sub, and then there were still some issues that need to be worked out with that issue with the grocery store association. And so we sat down and we came to an agreement between the two parties, and that's what is the committee sub. I mean, the floor sub.
Okay. And so are we going to read that? Because otherwise I'm going to request that we read that at length if we're planning to go and
I'll be happy to
discuss
read
it.
it.
I mean, I'm just saying because we haven't had an opportunity, and I can talk a little bit too. So I just like for us to make sure we continue the process that we have in terms of being aware for those of us that do read and like to read.
Sure.
And so I haven't had an opportunity to do that, and you're bringing a floor sub. I don't have a copy of that.
I have one right here.
And
I
that's fine.
anticipated it.
But I do think it is unfair. You know, we've had crazy things that happen when folks brought floor subs, and then they will accuse us of not reading.
Yeah. Ma'am, I'm sorry.
I said, we've had crazy things that happen on this floor when we've had subs to be brought to the floor.
But that wasn't by me.
No, but it did happen,
Right.
and which probably is the reason I find myself trying to read what we're doing. And so that's why I'm asking. I see the sub, and even though it is a few pages, I have not had time. So tell me what you've done, what we're doing here.
Well, what we're doing in the,
Tell me what you started out with and what you had to do to get to where we are.
well, what we started out with was a piece of legislation that would increase the fees on a seafood dealer's license. It created an import seafood dealer's license, and then the current one that they already have, which is a domestic seafood license. And that's your wholesalers, like your grocery stores, anybody that sells commercial seafood in Alabama. And so what,
Let's stop right there. So is that the process that I see where many times you go to a restaurant or store and it will indicate seafood
now,
from Alabama?
that was the bill we passed last year that did the seafood labeling.
Yes.
That was my bill.
Okay.
What all this does is the restaurants buy their seafood from a wholesaler. So the
Right.
wholesaler is somebody that buys it from the commercial seafood. They take it and then they sell it to the restaurants. But the grocery store folks, they have to have their own licenses individually.
Right.
And so the original legislation had some increased inspections and that sort of thing. But after talking with Department of Agriculture and Public Health, as well as some DC issues, we came into an agreement with the grocery store folks that the inspections that they're doing right now are adequate on the agriculture side and on the Department of Public Health side. So what we decided to do was, there used to be a seafood marketing fund that was made up of money from the Restore Act that came from the BP oil spill. That money has since gone away. So there's no marketing of Alabama seafood that we used to, if you remember the buy local, buy Alabama seafood.
Oh, I remember.
And so all that money's gone away. So what the grocery folks and the commercial seafood folks decided to do was, we're just going to increase that licensing fee, have one license, and half of that fee is going to go to marketing through the ag department for the Sweet Grown Alabama, but it's going to be dedicated to commercial seafood. So that's all we're doing. We're taking away the extra inspection side of it, and we're just putting it all towards marketing.
And you needed a floor sub to do that?
Yes, ma'am, because
You
the
could-
committee sub that we had that I'm on table dealt more with inspections, and the inspections we're not doing any increased inspections. We're just doing increasing the licensing fee that they already paid.
And so as I read this, it says to assessing a fee for seafood dealer license that's deposited into an imported seafood safety fund. That's the fund that you're talking about for certain imported. So this deals with just imported.
That goes to Sweet Grown Alabama to be put
What
in a
is it?
separate
Sweet what?
Sweet Grown Alabama that's run through the ag
Sweet
department.
grown, okay.
And they market Alabama products, and so it'll be to a dedicated fund. And I think you have the wrong one, actually. This is what.
This is a substitute. And this you just, okay. All right. So have we adopted we haven't adopted this yet, right?
The committee sub we're gonna table and then do the floor sub.
So you are tabling
Right.
this.
So that's the
Okay.
one
And this one,
the
yeah.
floor one is the good one. It's more simple. Anyway, it simply deals with marketing and the licensing fee. All the inspection is taken out.
Oh, okay.
So-
All right, so we're still on the BIR. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, all right, so we're on the BIR would be on the main bill.
Right.
So you have the.
And then
statute.
I'm gonna make a motion to table the committee sub, and then we'll be on the floor sub.
And then we go to that. All right, so I got about 3 more minutes. So as we talk about the seafood, this is mainly about marketing or licensing? Or
Well, it's
both?
about marketing. The way it'll happen is, when a grocery store or a wholesaler, when they buy their license, right now that money just goes right back to Department of Conservation, Natural Resources, $200 of it. And then, so what this does is it it makes it $400, which in most states is over $1,000. It
For
makes it
seafood market? I mean, for a seafood,
seafood
license?
licensing. Yes, ma'am. And so what that'll do is that 200 of it will be sent to Sweet Grown, Alabama to be dedicated towards seafood marketing, like what we used to do. And that's a win for restaurants, for grocery stores, for commercial seafood, because what we're trying to do is just make people buy Alabama seafood and ask for Alabama seafood. And that's all this does is simply just, it deals with the licensing that you get a license, half of that licensing fee now with this floor substitute will go towards marketing the product through Sweet Grown Alabama. All of the section dealing with increased inspections are out. It's not even in the bill anymore.
And what was the rationale for taking the
The extra inspections out?
Yes.
Well, after we discussed it and met with different parties, we came to the conclusion that it's inspected. A lot of it is already inspected through the Department of Agriculture if it's imported. And then also, Department of Public Health does inspections on grocery stores and restaurants right now anyway. So we both kind of felt it was redundant, but we in good faith, we decided to negotiate on the marketing side. And so that's all we're doing is doing on the marketing side.
So it sounds like it was an overkill.
Possibly. Yes,
If you
ma'am.
were talking about agriculture.
Well, what we didn't want to do is add another layer of bureaucracy.
Really?
Exactly. Exactly. None of us like that.
All right, so when I look at this, it says, of course, it deals with assessing a fee on certain seafood, but I thought we were assessing a fee on all, no matter whether it was local or not. We were that fee was
Well, there's
a fee applied to.
Yeah, they do it's a dealer's license, a seafood dealer's license, a wholesale license that you have to have.
Right.
And on the certain seafood, it essentially is all seafood. I don't know why it says certain seafood, but it's oysters, crabs, shrimp, fish. So
But it's interesting.
it doesn't do anything with the existing license. All it's really doing is it's increasing the license, and then it's taking half of that and putting it towards seafood marketing with Sweet Grown Alabama.
And the bottom line is.
Representative time has expired. The question for the body is now adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 96 yeas, 1 nay. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to table the committee sub.
Question for the bodies. Well, let's get it on the board. Question for the bodies the table. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 95 yeas. The motion is tabled. The substitute is tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I call for adoption of the floor sub.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson to speak on the floor substitute. Let me do this real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, in the gallery we have the Spanish Fort Junior City Council and Mayor Mike Milliken from Spanish Fort. They are the guests of Representatives Simpson, Gibbons, Fiddler, Hulk Jones, Baker, Stringer, and Easterbrook. Please stand to be recognized. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. Chair recognizes Representative Warren of Macon.
Thank you. Oh, you.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand and I see what you're doing, but I think the thing that really concerns me is what's going to be the impact of all this on the consumer. What effect is this going to have on businesses like restaurants who sell the seafood? Are we going to price ourselves out from a consumer basis and from a business perspective?
No, ma'am, because really what we're doing is like I said, most states, their domestic, well, their seafood licensing, most of them have two, an import and a domestic seafood dealer's license that are sometimes up to $1,000 or more dollars. This is just $400. And if you're a restaurant, you buy from a wholesaler right now. They don't have to have individual licenses. It's just the grocery stores that have to, that's just the way that the federal and state law is written, that they have to have a seafood dealer's license because they're selling. The difference is that a restaurant is selling a product that is already cooked and prepared, and a grocery store is selling an unprepared product that still hasn't been cooked. So it's no different than buying seafood off a boat when you buy it from a grocery store, as far as it's not cooked, it's not prepared, it's raw seafood. And so what we're doing is we're just increasing that from 200 to 400, and that 200 of that still goes to where it's always gone, to the Department of Conservation, National Resources, and then the other 200 is dedicated towards marketing the product. So in reality, it actually is going to help the restaurants because it's going to be more exposure of Buy Alabama seafood and draw more attention to it, as well as the grocery stores. And that's who we worked this out with, the Grocery Store Association and the Seafood Association.
Well, like I say, it really disturbs me because in all of my reading last week, I was very disturbed of the businesses in this country that are going bankrupt and that are closing. And what's happening in the economy with all these people losing their jobs, all these things closing down, I'm just making sure that as an everyday person,
Sure.
I can afford to eat.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's basically when I think about this, and I know that seafood is usually higher than average other entrees on the menu. I just want to make sure that we're not pricing ourselves out of the opportunity to go out and eat, as well as causing some of our businesses to close because they can't manage the cost.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, that's a one-time payment that they already pay now as a licensing fee. And so I would, if that was the case, I even remotely thought that was the case, I wouldn't be for this. But I think it's crucial. We've got commercial seafood or seafood deal. I mean, seafood, commercial fishermen, shrimpers, oystermen, everything that are hanging on by a thread because of foreign imports. And so that's the effort here, is to try to highlight Alabama seafood and have people want to buy Alabama seafood. We saw an uptick when we had the marketing fund before that it helped the restaurants, it helped our grocery stores, and it definitely helped our commercial seafood people because people went to the restaurant and said, hey, I want to buy Alabama shrimp, I want to buy Alabama fish, what have you. And so that's the whole effort here, is to try to promote the products that we have in the state.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall of Madison.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure that I request that the bill be read prior. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure that the bill is read before we vote on it if we're going to continue, since this bill is this is a substitute. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Clerk, we're at that point. The representative asked the bill to be read at length upon final passage. So
Be it enacted by the legislature of Alabama.
Hold a second, Ms. Hall, you have to stay in the well when they're asked for the bill to be read at length. Yeah, we're going to do it right now. And Whenever you ask to have a bill read at length, you have to stay in the well. Thank you.
Being enacted by the legislature of Alabama, Section 9-12-125 Code of Alabama 1975 is amended to read as follows. 9-12-125. Any person who engages in the selling, brokering, trading, bartering, or processing of any fresh and frozen seafood, whether on a consignment basis or otherwise, is a seafood dealer and shall purchase a seafood dealer's license for a fee of $400 for Alabama residents domiciled for a period of more than one continuous year immediately preceding the date of issuance, and $600 for non-residents, except for residents of states that charge Alabama residents in excess of $600 for the activity, in which case the fee shall be the amount the other state charges. 2, to obtain a license, all entities other than brokers shall have and present proof of a business license from the location of the business, a tax identification number, and the appropriate seafood processing health report. 3, a license is not required by non-resident seafood dealers buying from or selling to a licensed Alabama seafood dealer or a licensed commercial fisherman when selling their catch to a licensed Alabama seafood dealer, nor is a license required by restaurants where the seafood is cooked and sold for consumption on or off the restaurant's premises. Restaurants shall not purchase seafood from any person that is not licensed to sell seafood in this state. 4, if a licensee owns or operates more than one place of business, an additional license shall be purchased for each separate place of business, providing the location of each. A vehicle used solely for transporting seafood to and from an Alabama seafood dealer is not considered a place of business. Each vehicle from which seafood is sold to or purchased from any person other than an Alabama seafood dealer is a place of business and shall be licensed under this section. A seafood dealer shall purchase a license for each such vehicle for a fee of $300 per license, and the operator of the vehicle shall have the original license in his or her possession when selling or buying seafood from that vehicle. Seafood dealers may purchase seafood only from commercial fishermen validly licensed in Alabama. Alabama seafood dealers and any non-resident seller who is validly licensed to sell seafood under the laws of the state. 5, it shall be unlawful for any person to sell, broker, trade, barter, or possess seafood as provided for in this section without first purchasing a seafood dealer's license. Any person violating this section upon conviction shall be guilty of a Class A misdemeanor with a minimum mandatory fine of $1,000 for a first offense, $2,500 for a second offense within 3 years of the date of the first conviction, and $5,000 and a mandatory jail sentence of 10 to 30 days for a third and any subsequent offense within 3 years of the date of the first conviction. B, the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources shall annually remit $200 of each seafood dealer's license fee collected to the nonprofit corporation Sweet Grown Alabama for the promotion of this state's seafood products. Section 2, this act shall become effective October 1, 2025.
Question for the body's adoption of the substitute. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 94 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted. Having read the bill at length, the question for the body now is final passage of HB 1. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 95 yeas, no nays. HB 1 is substituted as approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the gallery with us today is the Athens Limestone County Chamber leadership from Athens, Alabama. They're the guests of Representative Danny Crawford and the entire Limestone legislative delegation. Please stand to be recognized. All right. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 22 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 60 by Senator Albritton relating to the Alabama Corrections Institutions Finance Authority.
Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 60 is related to the financing and construction renovations of prisons. As you know, under existing law, the Alabama Corrections Institute Finance Authority is authorized up to $785 million for the construction of 2 mega prisons, one being in Elmore and one being in Escambia. Members, this is a bill we hope we do not have to use, but it's a safeguard while we're in session to go ahead and provide this authority to ASIFA to raise this to $1,285 million, and that's a $500 million increase. We anticipate a shortfall of about $650 million as we move into the Escambia prison. We do have a phased-in approach that could be considered. If we do that, we would have 3 budget cycles to fund that prison. And so we hope not to need this, but it was something that we need to put in place. So with that said, I'll call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Drummond of Mobile to speak on the BIR. Okay, you want to speak on the bill? Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson. Speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my primary question is, how do we fund these bonds?
Well, these are funded out of the general fund. The debt service comes out of the general fund.
I know, so where we getting the money to go into the general fund to do it?
Well, all this great spending we're seeing in Alabama, we see
But
a
see,
strong budget.
that's for right now. But what does the future bring to us? And the reason I ask that is because from the national perspective, with so many departments being shut down, the state of Alabama has any number of federal departments where people are losing their jobs. That means less tax coming to the state, either sales tax, income tax, any other tax we think about. And I think that because we're in such a crucial time and an uncertain time as to how the economy in the state of Alabama is going to look, I think that, we would be good stewards to not take this venture at this time until we could see future stability in all of our lives in all the states across the country, because now we even got to get into a zone on how do we take care of all of our people that are losing not only their federal jobs, but we have any number of companies in the state of Alabama that have federal contracts, whose companies are going to be shut down when those dollars don't come. You look at the University of Alabama, you could look at Hudson Alpha, you could look at all those companies that are being affected by NHI money being taken away from them. Those are people. I don't know how we get into a situation that we don't understand when we say government. We're talking about people who clock in to various agencies every day to do public service for all of us. But at this point in time, with the level of economic uncertainty all across this country, I think that we have to do our due diligence and prepare for what is coming in the near future rather than the distant future. And whereas everything looks okay today, we don't know what a month, 2 months, at the rate we're going, how life is going to be for a lot of people, but especially for the state. And when you talk about the general fund is always suffering. And so when we're looking for additional monies, and if we want to run these bonds through general fund, I just think just looking at it from an economic perspective, that is, and going back to President Bush's statement, it wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. And I just would hope that we would look at that as we move forth, or either put some type of trigger in the bill that you have that says that, you know, if the economy at a certain point in time appears to be stable and we could see a better picture of what the future holds, then we would be able to go forth and pursue this. But I think that there has to be some type of trigger or delay to give us the time to look at, to see how we're going to be 6 months down the road. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, and I think the maintenance that we'll be saving on the first two prisons that we will demolish once the first mega prison opens in May of 2026, we'll be saving millions in maintenance money there. But I agree with you about the caution. We're doing that. That's why we're putting this prison out to bid. That bid will probably not be back till well after we're out of session to see what that dollar amount is. And then, I applaud the governor's office in talking about a potential phased-in approach so that we don't build the entire 4,000 beds at one time.
Chair recognizes Representative Baker of Escambia.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Reynolds, thank you so much for the work that both you and Chairman Albritton have been doing in regards, I mean, not just the budgets, but in particular even with the prison issue that we've been dealing with for a while. As we well know that of the 16 male facilities that we have, these are in aging conditions. 13 of the 16 that will need to be more than likely then, whenever we get these two prisons then built, hopefully then that will be no longer in use. And hopefully we can move towards a much more efficient and a safer model, as it is a dormitory style settings that we have now throughout our prison system. And so this will be a definite big step in a much better direction going forward. I understand with this bill, this is more of a safeguard. We hope maybe that this would not have to be utilized.
That's right.
But we do not want there to be delays. We need to move expeditiously in trying to get these two prisons both built as quickly as possible. You've already mentioned the Elmore facility, which will be forthcoming then, hopefully very, very soon, in the next year or year and a half or so. And then, of course, the Escambia prison, we hope to have that underway as quickly as possible. Once again, thank you so much for your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate that, and you're right. And we still have $200 million available in the first bond authority. Plus, we have additional cash on hand, and so certainly all this will not be needed. But it is a safeguard, and certainly you bring up a good point. We're talking about a work environment for our state employees.
Right. And I would also add that it's no fault of yours nor Chairman Albritton. There's just been cost overruns just to the escalating cost of both labor and materials both. And so that's been something that's sort of dumped in our laps, but y'all have done incredible work. Thank you for your leadership.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes Representative Bolton of Pickens County.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you for bringing this bill and having the foresight to make sure that we're planning to cover all the expenditures in an economical manner as needed as possible going forward. And I just respect your leadership in making sure that we're handling this very difficult problem with prison expansion and making sure that we've got it under control moving forward.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 83 yeas, 6 nays. The BIR is adopted. The chair now recognizes Representative Jackson of Clark County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. Mr. Reynolds, I come because I'm kind of disturbed about the state of Alabama investing billions of dollars into prisons, and rural hospitals are closing. Education is 43 in the nation. and we think we're going to get a good return out of putting billions of dollars in building prisons, but I don't really get the rationale of how we function. Where do we stand when it comes to incarceration in Alabama compared to the states around us? You know, I don't see them building billion-dollar prisons when they can't afford it. I was looking at a program not too long ago about the conditions in Alabama prisons. Are we still under federal court?
Yes, sir.
Are we under federal court because of the physical condition, or on the federal court because of the inhumanity?
We're in federal court. We've not been taken over by federal court.
You know, it's a bad thing that we have to be in court, period, when it comes to how we operate in this state.
That's those inhumane conditions that
because of the inhumanity that is set forth by the guidelines here in this state. We have a mentality here that if you lock them up, throw the key away, we don't rehabilitate, we don't, the recidivism is a revolving door. And somehow, I was reading where the new Jim Crow is locking them up. And they're using prison labor. But I'm disturbed by it when I look over my life and look at what is taking place in our nation and what we are grabbing a hold to here in the state of Alabama. It's partnering. See, when we glorify evil and wrongdoing, when right become wrong and wrong become right, then you got people that don't want to abide by law, and we build prisons. Who are we building them for if we're going to do away with law and order?
A very violent population.
And so it's the violent people that's walking around that I'm afraid of. It's not the one that really committing the crime. It's the one that's talking all the talk, getting the people to commit the crime. And so we're in a very precarious place right now in the world history and in the nation's history. We have an attack on our democracy, and we think investing in prison is going to resolve some issues of crime, but I don't see that fulfilling. I see a lot of money being spent. And then I see on the big side of this where a lot of people making money off of people being incarcerated. And so when we come to the realization of the truth, I think what we should do is prevent up front. Make sure they are educated enough they don't want to go to commit crimes, that they have the opportunities and the advantages that is offered to them by the state to keep people from getting involved in all this criminal activity. Wrong is wrong, whether it's in the white collar as in the black collar. Crime is crime. And we do have people that should be locked up. Are we talking about 4,000 beds? Will that resolve the problem in the state of Alabama?
If you're relating that question to the inmate population, probably not. I mean, we're seeing an increase in our population now.
Because when we open that prison, we're going to still be overcrowded. Am I right?
Well, not as overcrowded, but our numbers continue to tick up, and we're looking at other alternative programs.
Because we find new ways to lock people up.
But again, I'm told it's one of the most violent populations in our prisons today that we've ever had.
I was watching the news the other day when I saw a young lady coming out of a classroom there and got surrounded by a group of men, and next thing she was handcuffed and put in a vehicle and taken off, and nobody heard any more from her. Have you heard anything about people just disappearing in Alabama? I mean,
Have not.
people have been showing up to work. Have you found out why? So you know, some things happening that we need to just kind of look into, not look up on, but dive into the depths of what's happening in our state. And you think that, I'll ask the question, do you think this prison is going to resolve the problem?
It's going to contain a big percentage of the problem.
I like you, my friend. I like you. You just be real and say, no, it's not going to. We just going to build a prison. You build them, they'll come. Am I right? The more you build, the more they're going to come. We just keep building, they keep coming. But I think we have some better things. Healthcare is a good thing that we can invest that kind of money in the state of Alabama. Taking care of the poor. And I look at, I have that because of the compassion that the Lord has placed in me, is to do for the poor, help them to become whole. Then when they mess up, then we have a place for them. But that's a lot of money to put into brick and mortar. Tell us a little bit about the technology that's going to be going into these 26s when they're going to open the door, right?
That's right. At the one in Elmore, first 4,000, and you know that is a healthcare facility and mental health care there. It's a specialized prison.
Okay, so what we're doing, we're outsourcing mental health to the Department of Corrections. Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. They contract it out.
Oh, they're gonna contract that out, and you have people coming in to invest. Well, why can't we just have those buildings already placed for these mental health facilities so these people can get the help they need and not be in prison? You know, that's why they're in prison, because they can't get the help they need, so they commit crimes. You know, it's a strange thing in Southwest Alabama where they got 10 beds for the whole Southwest, 10 mental health beds, and people standing in line trying to get in there, and you can't get there because you're already running over with people. So we need to look at how we can help those that need it the most. The mentally ill need help, and they don't need to be in prison getting mental health treatment. They need to be in a mental health facility. Thank you. I'm through.
On Thursday, you'll see millions of dollars being committed to beds in Alabama as well for health care. Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Drummond of Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I heard you say correctly 500 million more. Is that what we're adding today? If this piece of
Expand
legislation
the bond authority, 500 million.
500 million. Tell me, what effect will that have on Alabama's bond rating? And then also I want to know what the total is.
Well, again, remember the basis of what I said. I hope we don't need this bill.
I
And just
understand
because this body passes this legislation, it still has to go through the ASIFA board, which, as you know, is chaired by the governor, has both the House and the Senate budget chairs on that committee, and then the Commissioner Ham over prisons, probation and parole, and Director Bill Poole. So they will not draw these bonds down unless it's absolutely needed. And even then, we would compare that to a finance option.
What is our current bond rating?
Well, I'm not sure what that rating is, but the
See,
first
that's what I'm trying to
first
get at.
legislation
What is the
that-
current one, and if this piece of legislation passes today, what effect will that do on our current bond rating?
Yeah, I know the executive budget office went to the bond market 2 weeks ago, I think, to kind of get an assessment based on the governor's recommended budget. Everything was really good. We were still extremely high in our ratings. I just don't know what that exact number rating is. But again, we hope we don't need this bill. We would look at both what it would impact us on those ratings. We would also look at finance options. We'll look at a phased-in approach, only do 2,000 beds versus 4,000. So
Well,
this is far from moving forward at that $500
Yeah,
million
Rep, I
cap.
understand. We hope we never need to even build prisons, but I'm still going back to the business side of it and how that will affect Alabama's current bond rating, because there are so many variables right now in the economy. Wouldn't you agree that you will, in all likelihood, will need this money for supply chain issues, increased costs of construction, and so many other things. And so I'm just trying to get at what is our current bond rating and what the effect of this additional $500 million
Yeah, but
will have on
so
that.
to better answer your question, we could look at it like this. The hundreds of millions of dollars that we've committed to these prisons in the last 4 or 5 budget cycles, that is directly taken away from other things that the general funds.
I agree, and I think you do a good job with the general fund, and I wish we wouldn't have to even deal with this now, because there are so many other things. I mean, I've been sitting back there looking at the current budget, and there are so many other programs that have not been funded. But again, you all feel we need to do this. $500 million is a lot of money, and I am looking at the future for the state of Alabama, because as you know, and as well as all of us know, a year or so ago, we were flush with money, which were federal dollars coming into the state of Alabama, some of which we use for this various purpose. And that's what I'm trying to get at. From the business side, what is this going to do to Alabama's future bond rating?
I hope we never have to know.
But in all likelihood, again, going back to my other assessment, with the supply chain issue and the current environment that we're in, and all the federal dollars have dried up, and we are very dependent upon federal money coming into Alabama. And when those dollars go away, I'm trying to figure out what is our future going to look like. I don't want any of us to be sitting here and we have no money to deal with because we've allocated this. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing, although I don't quite agree with it. I'm more rehabilitation, but I'm wanting to just know what the current, what will this do to our current bond rating? That's all I want.
Yeah, well, I hope.
Do you know what the current bond rating is?
I don't know what that rating is, no.
So
Tell me what it is.
It is AA plus by Fitch, which is very, very good, and it's also and by Standard & Poor's as well. That's a good bond rating. But then the other question is, this additional $500 million, what kind of effect will that have on that bond rating when we go back to the bond market for Alabama's future? That's all I want.
Yeah, and I will ask that question for you if this ever comes in front of a SIFA for a vote to move forward to the bond market. I feel very confident. Like I say, we won't know a number.
No, don't you say that, because you wouldn't be here doing this right now. You wouldn't be asking us to approve an additional $500 million, and you feel very confident that we won't need it. I mean, I hope you're right.
We have
$650
$650 million to go toward the Escambia prison, and we may have up to 3 budget cycles to finish
But maybe
that.
my question should be why, if you feel hopeful and confident that perhaps we won't need this, why are we doing it?
Because this is Chairman Albritton's bill, and he feels like we need this safeguard in place, and so
Well, I don't care about whose bill it is. I'm going behind the reasoning, because we've got to be good stewards with Alabama's taxpayers'
And that's the conversations we'll be having if we come to a SIFA committee to decide whether we ever even need this.
Because
we'll know better.
There are other things in the state of Alabama that's going to come down the pipeline in the future.
Sure.
And I know you grapple with this with the general fund budget, and I'm just trying to find out what our future is going to look like if we obligate this much money to prisons.
Sure.
So, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
If you find out for me, will you let me know?
I hope I never have to ask that question.
I want to know what the effect on the current bond rating is.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you're telling me you're going to find out that information for me?
Again, we're not executing this. We're simply giving a future committee to consider.
I don't think it's if. I think when you do, will you let this body know?
Yeah,
because that is a business decision that's going to affect so many things in the state of Alabama.
It
And
is.
like I
Those-
said,
I think-
in the current environment that we're in economically, you know, with the supply chain and construction costs, it's going to increase.
But I just can't look at you and tell you, I promise I can do that, because this question could come up 3 years from now, and the bond rating would be assessed on the economic times at that time. It's being considered, not today, because we're not asking for the money today.
Well, I know a little bit about bonds. When you go to a bond market, it gives you sort of the future outlook for that entity. And that's what I'm asking you for today. The effect that this money, $500 million, will have on our future outlook for the
We'll ask
financial
that
outlook
question.
for the state of Alabama.
We'll ask that question in the
Thank
year
you.
in which we.
That's all I want. And I trust you enough. You're going
I
to
got
do
you.
that.
Thank
Thank you.
Before I recognize the next member, ladies and gentlemen, we have guests in the balcony from the 19th Circuit District Attorney's Office, District Attorney C.J. Robinson and Jenny Hamilton. They are the guests, Representatives Starnes, Stubbs, Ingram, Lawrence, and Smith. Please stand to be recognized. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. We also have with us today the law and pre-law students of the University of Alabama from Tuscaloosa delegation. Roll Tide. Welcome to the Alabama House. Chair recognizes Representative Warren of Macon County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I want to say thank you for all the great work, all the leadership you've done, understanding what the situation we have. I think that I could not sit there and be a member of your committee without expressing some of my personal feelings, and I think I've expressed them on a lot of occasions. And it just disturbs me so much in this state that we're taking billions of dollars and putting into correction institutions when we have so many Alabamians walking around here with mental conditions that need to be hospitalized. And because we don't have a facility, it's just taking over. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take for this body to realize that mental illness is an issue that we're going to have to put some money, probably some billions of dollars in to get this situation corrected. So I just could not, every time I hear about what we're doing with incarcerated people, what we're doing with the money, and now I can understand what you're doing now with the bond and making sure everything is in place. But somewhere along the line, we need to have this as a serious discussion. And I encourage the Republican leadership. You know, we're just a simple 27, 28 people. We don't have the power. We don't have the prestige. It's up to the Republicans to get in this state and resolve our mental illness issue as we talk about it. So I just, I've always got to talk about
I appreciate your service on our committee, and you certainly understand. I think you've heard the speaker and myself say publicly that once we get through this prison construction, certainly the long-term mental health beds are a priority of us. So we're already having that conversation. We are increasing the community beds in this budget that you will hear on Thursday. We're adding additional dollars, both on the opioid side and the general fund side. So certainly we know that's a priority. We've got to get there.
Okay, and like I said, I'm dealing with a parent now whose son has been incarcerated for 30 years, and he's been in the mental health facility of the system. He's now out, and they have no idea how to even start with him. She said, to the point that they're afraid of him. You know, when you have to go to sleep at night with one eye open, hoping that somebody who's mentally ill don't come in and stab you, that's the situation. So like I said, as we're releasing them, especially incarcerated ones that we've had in mental institutions during these days, is just adding to our mental illness problem on the streets.
Sure.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 60. The clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. All the members voted? 72 ayes, 14 nays, 8 abstentions. SB 60 passes.
Thank you, members.
Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 353 by Representative Hill relating to the courts.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill of St. Clair.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill does three things. This bill makes certain technical amendments to the law that allows for the implementation of cost of living adjustments that have already been enacted by this body. This bill ties the district attorney's salaries when the next term starts to the judge's salary, which heretofore we have always done. We have always done that. I don't know how they got untied, but they did. And this bill finally speaks to a constitutional amendment, which is the next bill up, that simply says that the DA's salaries cannot be diminished during their term of office. And with that, sir, I would ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR on House Bill 353. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. If all the members voted, the clock will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 yeas. The BIR is adopted.
Then, sir, I would ask for passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 353. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, 0 nays. HB 353 passes.
Thank you, sir.
Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 354, a constitutional amendment by Representative Hill relating to district attorneys.
Chair further recognizes Representative Hill from St. Clair County.
Thank you, sir. This bill simply is the constitutional amendment that I referenced in the last bill that says that the district attorney's salary cannot be diminished during his term of office. And with that, I would ask for the BIR.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, 1 nay. The BIR is adopted.
Sir, with that, I would ask for the final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 354. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. HB 354 passes.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Clerk, call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 19 of the calendar, House Bill number 288 by Representative Mooney relating to the Alabama Commission on Higher Education.
Chair recognizes Representative.
Thank you, sir. And I need to let you know that we do have an amendment that was inadvertently not put on in committee that relates to, I'll just pass them up.
Well, we got
It was something from,
Representative Mooney, let's do the BIR vote first.
let me
Question for the
introduce-
body's adoption of the BIR.
This bill aims to provide an opportunity to stop or to recruit athletic trainers and retain them in areas that are underserved. And I would ask for the BIR so we can discuss the bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Keel of Franklin County.
Representative Mooney, we discussed part of this earlier and we got distracted a little bit.
That's right.
So this bill allows money to go to a student only if they have a loan.
It's because the AMSTEP program requires that there be a loan to participate in this particular program.
And the AMSTEP program is what?
It is AMSTEP is the one that Representative Collins just renamed today. It's a program that provides funds available to be paid to students who go to work and do different things in our state. In this program, they would have to work 4 years to be able to participate. If they did it for one semester, $3,750, I think, and if they did both 2 semesters, they'd get $7,500. They'd have to work 20 hours a week in order to receive the pay that they would get.
But the
so to
student
say,
has to
from it.
accrue a student loan before they can be incentivized.
The only way they can do it, because that's the way the program is set up, that was set up years ago, they would have to have a loan of some type.
Well,
I agree with you that we ought to be able to try to do this for everybody, but this particular program has that requirement in it that they do have to have some kind of a loan.
Well, we did do a similar
A couple of 3 years
bill
ago,
last year
we did
that-
a $300,000 capped program that we just did it in the body here.
Was
and
it fully utilized?
It's been utilized, but I don't think it's completely out. They're just looking long term, and I mean, somebody with the financial department can check it out and see where we are exactly. But this program was conceived through work with the Alabama Commission on Higher Education to try and address, and that program was a 1 through 3A program. It just worked with 1 through 3A schools.
Or title schools, or poor schools.
Most, public
Well,
schools.
it was
of that
either
type.
they could be 1 through 3A, or they could be title schools. And then
I couldn't hear you.
it could be 1 through 3A schools or title schools, Title I
Right,
schools.
right.
And if they meet either of those qualifications, they got a $7,500 stipend. There's no loan. They don't have to have
It was
a
a
loan.
stipend. It
And
is
so-
correct.
So
And that's been utilized, but I can't tell you the exact amount it's been utilized.
LSA is getting the numbers for
But
us.
this situation is as a result of working with AIC to move forward with the idea of meeting underserved areas that weren't just 1 through 3A type things that were going on, but really all underserved areas because of the nature of athletic trainers and what they're able to do.
I appreciate that. I just don't understand why it has to be tied to someone who encumbered
the
a loan in
The
college.
AMSTEP program requires that there be a loan. That's just a requirement of the AMSTEP program.
Then the question may be, why are we doing it under the AMSTEP program? Why aren't we doing what we did last year and just do the stipend?
This was
Why
an
don't we just amend
opportunity
that?
to not create an additional cost, but to use existing funds that there should be a pass out that was coming out to everybody from the clerk's office that has an Alabama Commission on Higher Education projection about the program that would deal with the idea of those who might participate and be a part of it. The reason that we've gotten to this point is we've had so many contacts from, I've got a letter here from this earlier in the month of March from the University of Alabama, Mobile, University of Mobile, Huntington College, Troy, Jack State, and the University of West Alabama. And they're just talking about the need they've got in trying to have some type of program to help them work towards the next generation of athletic trainers they
Sure.
need to work
Well,
in the different
I understand the
areas.
need. I agree that there's a need, especially in those rural areas, smaller schools. I supported the bill last year.
Correct.
That put a stipend to those people, but it was not tied to whether they had got a loan. in
No,
college
it was
or not.
strictly a stipend. And as I spoke with another representative and was telling you, I'm more than happy to receive an amendment that would not permit somebody to commit to be able to participate in both programs, because that's not the intention that AIC nor the Athletic Trainers Association who've worked on this have. They're trying to look to new people to engender getting students to be a part, because now to get your full athletic training credentials, you have to do a master's degree.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the purpose. I'm not disagreeing.
That's where
with
the
purpose.
loan situation
The
comes.
loan situation gives me heartburn. Let me share this with you, and I think it's important. I had dinner with my daughter's tennis coach last week. Single mother. She's 62 years old. She works full time at the school. She's a teacher, works as a coach after school. At nights and on weekends, she works at the Best Western Motel in our town.
Yeah.
Not because she wants to,
Oh, she has to.
because she paid for 2 of her children's college education debt free.
I sure.
They're not
understand
athletic
that.
trainers. But if they were, this lady, single mom, worked to put her kids through school without any loans. They do not have student loans. They would not qualify for this program. I guess my issue is when I go back and look at her and she's worked an extra 20, 30 hours a week on top of her regular job to pay for those kids to go through college. I can't, in good conscience, vote for something that ties it to a loan. I know some people have to have loans to get through college. I do not have an issue with that. That's a personal decision they make. I'm just not sure that we incentivize that kind of activity to get them to do this program.
And this is not an effort to incentivize that type of activity. It's an effort to respond to the fact that in almost every master's program that deals with athletic training, there are loans involved now in trying to get them. And other states are providing greater incentives for them to come there and to work in their businesses, because athletic trainers can also be occupational trainers. Businesses are scooping them up, and the field is diminishing. Sanford University closed its athletic training program, so a source of athletic trainers disappeared at that point in time.
I'll go ahead and have LSA. You talked to them already, so you're in agreement with that they shouldn't do both.
We do not want them to have the ability to go back and forth between 2 programs, and I spoke with another representative and said, prepare an amendment, and we're glad to accept it, because that's not the intention of this at all. It's trying to take advantage of an opportunity that exists that is available from existing funds to be able to help the retention.
Well, I'll go ahead and yield my time. That way we can get through the BIR, and
I appreciate
I'll come
it.
back with that.
Just as we discussed, we're going to try to get it all worked out well. If I might use just a minute of what he had, just to share a letter. I received this last night from Troy State University's program from the Senior Associate Athletic Director. And she just said, "Thank you for your continued efforts to support athletic training in the state of Alabama. I began my career in athletic training journey at Troy State in 1994 and have been in Alabama practicing as an athletic trainer since 2005. In my current position as Senior Associate Athletic Director and Chief Healthcare Administrator at Troy, I oversee athletic training staff and manages the healthcare and student athletes at Troy University. I have been actively recruiting, interviewing, and hiring since August of 2024, when 2 staff members left to take higher paying positions in neighboring states. The job seeker in today's market is looking for more than a competitive salary, but also for incentives that will help them manage their bottom line, like stipends to offset continuing education expenses, pay licensure and membership fees, and cut down on student loan debt. Incentives like HB 288 or SB 184 could help recruit and retain quality athletic trainers. The need we have in our local areas is so dramatic and important in underserved communities. We just desperately need to try to find a way to promote and get more trainers in place. Thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes Representative Garrett of Jefferson County.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
We had a nice discussion about this bill, and I want to say that I generally support the comments that my vice chair of our committee, Representative Keel, made about the program. First of all, I think that we do need athletic trainers. That's a huge need in the state. And last year, our committee provided for that stipend for underserved areas of Class 1 through 3A. We had a lot of discussion about that. And I understand this is a different program. Sometimes down here, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. So I need to understand better, I think, why we have this effort attacked from 2 different angles that are not coordinated. And maybe I just don't understand it. The second thing I would say is that you've mentioned a couple of times that we're doing this to try to utilize existing funds. That concerns me as well, because we've been using ACES in this pre-budget process. Chairman Orr and I have been talking to ACES. They're giving us a listing of accounts or line items where or agencies or line items where we funded, and those funds have not been utilized. So the question is, why do we need to continue to reappropriate? And I've noticed a couple of instances where we have money in the bank, so basically we'll find a way to expand the program to utilize the money. I'd prefer to go the other way and say, you've got the money, use that money. We're not going to reappropriate every year. So I guess the concern I've got here is that I think the amendment that's going to be offered will improve what
Right,
we
we've
have.
discussed it.
I still question the need for two approaches, and I do question why loan, why stipend. And I also would say that if you want to say, well, the athletic trainer degrees or the sort of require loans, you're going to start making that argument for a lot of different degree programs I'm concerned about. So I've just got some
higher education's
trepidation.
getting more expensive.
Yeah,
It is.
but I'm saying that, but are we then going to start taking other degrees or other similar things where they can do the same type of thing? So again, I support the need for more trainers. I think the better way to do it would be through the stipend situation we did last year, but I certainly think it should be coordinated. And if we're doing it because we have money, I would rather not continue to appropriate. Let's redirect that money to somewhere that we
have
need.
no problem with how we try to do it. The thing that we look at with a $300,000 program, if you're looking at, say, the 4 years of this, over 4 years, it'd be $30,000. That's 10 students.
Well, I think
in the
one
300,000.
I think
it's
there's two
gone
things.
at that point.
I think you're talking about educating a trainer. I think we're talking about, in our stipend was basically just providing a trainer to schools, because a lot of schools play sports that don't have trainers.
I was just using it as an
But I'm just saying.
example in the
I think
sense
there's
of what
I
the
think
total
there's
amount of
two
money is.
There's two similar. There's a similar end game, but two different approaches.
And what I have been
and topics.
told from the standpoint of the Trainers Association is that there is such a lack of availability of trainers that they're not able to utilize the stipend program
Well, the
as much as
stipend
they would like to.
Well, but the stipend program just passed last year, so the fiscal year began in October. So we probably don't have enough data to know. That's the question. The question is, are these things we appropriate money for being utilized? And if they're not, then we need to redirect
And
that
that
money
may
or
very
pull
well
the
be the
money back.
case, that we pull it back if we do this. As I mentioned to you, I know that there are additional amendments that we'll be putting on to this bill if it goes to the Senate that would provide more supervision, more accountability, more the process of what everyone is trying to work on with the group that is currently reviewing and studying everything. I remember when we set that group up initially, probably about 5 years ago, it was just a small little amount that was being dealt with, but they started studying programs and asking agencies to look at where they were duplicating services and stuff. And that program is being led by a tremendous guy who's done a fantastic job in putting together data and information to help this process of our keeping things under control and not running out of control. So the impetus of this was that when you're trying to get those people to go to a small area, that $7,500 wouldn't relate quite the same way as it would to, a full process in this of $30,000 that helps them over a period of time to try to become a part of the community, to put down roots and to grow into the people that they're serving.
Thank you very much, concerns.
Thank you, and I look forward to your amendment.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So earlier today, we had a bill by Representative Collins that was changing the name for Loan Assistance for Alabama Educators. You remember that? So, and you're referring to the same
That's the
thing.
same program.
Okay, same
This
program.
would have to have a new name,
Sure.
which they would correct in the Senate.
So tell me exactly what you are trying to do.
We're trying to recruit and retain in our state athletic trainers to meet the underserved needs that we found were in particularly 1 through 3A schools, but also all across our state. What the letter I was sharing from
Sure.
the assistant athletic director at Troy what they're saying is we're losing people who are being educated in our state to other states with programs they've got that incentivize them more to go to Georgia or to some other state. And in that process, we're not able to even use as much as we would like to use of the stipend program, which would have been just a payment to the school to be able to support an athletic trainer.
So the stipend program that exists today is funding that goes to the school
School, as I
system
understand
of the school
I believe it goes to the school in order to
and
be able to
in
have an
order to
athletic trainer.
have
But that's
a
nowhere
trainer.
near the cost that they have to have an athletic.
I understand. I'm trying to understand what we're doing presently. If you're talking, you're talking about our K through 12 schools, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's that program was, I think, specifically targeted at K through 12 in relation to 1 through 3A high schools, because most of your athletic trainers are going to be, I think, I don't know how great the majority would be, but the vast majority are going to be at a middle or junior high level on up. So high school is where most of them would be, but they would serve in the 1 through 3A areas, probably everybody who's in the school, because you've got K through 12 in the same building in a lot of places.
Of course. Okay, so I get that
Yes,
part.
ma'am.
The part is that they have athletics, but they don't have trainers for the athletics program. Is this mainly whether it is it geared mainly to middle school, high school, or is it for all athletic program within that system?
It's for whatever is available
Okay.
in those areas, but it's generally going to be, the trainer's going to be at the high school, and then they would work with other
And they
programs.
would work with if there was a
Other
middle
programs.
school or high school.
That's how it works at our school.
So-
We have a full athletic training program that involves quite a number of interns as well as ATs. Then we have a program that's very different than a lot of schools in our state because it's funded privately with the ability to teach the young people about their bodies, to wear monitors that keep up with heart rate, breathing, pulse, everything about that's going on with your body when you're out playing and running and doing things. And then they go through that process of studying all of that to see, are there any danger points they see? Because we've had so many young people who had congenital heart defects or they had different things that weren't picked up, and they had a heart attack and passed away, or they had a stroke or something. So we've gone through that program to try to educate our students to understand more of that. So it is an education process to teach your kid that you just don't go out and just run.
Of course. So I'm thinking, I thought I heard that you were talking about institutions that would qualify to provide that type of education, right? You're
Yes, ma'am.
looking at
It's a little hard to hear you, but
right. I said you're looking at in making sure you have these trainers, that you would have institutions, colleges, and universities that would be providing that training
that's
for
correct. And we've got a
those that-
number of those. I read the names of a number of them when I read that letter. They were from the different ADs or associate ADs or heads of the training programs there, and they're trying to get more students to fill their program out and to do everything.
Why do you think the funding has not been, you have funding available now?
I think
and
it's
why
being
do you think it's not
used.
being
There's
fully
just
used?
not enough ATs that are graduating in our state, or that we're able to bring from out of state into the state. So
Okay.
AIC was trying to offer an opportunity to increase what we're able to say to them that we can help them with. It's a very unusual niche in the education world because it does not involve every student in a public school, but we had a situation at our school where a young person fell on steel bleachers outside and was injured. The AT trainer is trained through their master's program and all, they're trained to triage. So they were able to say to this young fellow, well, you just need to go over here to the outpatient emergency. They can help you and deal with it. But then there was an incident that occurred a number of years before that where a young man's arm was broken after the game, just playing. And the trainer we had there was able to say, you need to get this child to Children's Hospital downtown to deal with some of the things that are going on. So the trainers have a skill level that it provides them an ability medically to help out as well. So
I understand that. So when I go to page 4 on your bill, it said to be eligible for loan assistance of $7,500 per year or $3,750 per year semester.
they could do it by semester or they could do it by the year.
These are the funds that would go to
The student.
the student and they would be working on a degree or already have a degree.
They have to have a degree according to the let's see, it's I'm trying to see the exact spot, but they have to have gone through the program and they are a certified athletic trainer and they have been approved to be doing what they're doing at the school. It's
Right, I see it on
it's
top
not
of
for a
page.
process of an intern.
It's on top of page 5.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the process by which they would receive the assistance, I read that. And if there are any changes, they had to notify that. I think I have all of the information I need.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you.
You always ask good, pertinent questions.
Chair thanks the lady.
you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Baldwin, Representative Simpson.
Thank you for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
And Representative Mooney, I understand, I have not had a chance to talk to you about this. The Athletic Trainers Commission came up in front of the Sunset Committee this year. And I had some significant issues with the way the Athletic Trainers Commission, their board, how they ran things. Of the 7 members, 5 of them were Jefferson County. I had some significant issues with that to be that way. Part of my issue also from them stemmed from the facts of everyone is here talking, and what you're making a tremendous point about the lack of athletic trainers that we can find in our area, like in our state. It's tough to find them. They have recently required a master's now, where someone has to be a master's.
Yeah, it's a national requirement.
So if you're having a hard time getting people before
That's why this is
to increase
critical.
what you have to get to say, we can't find anybody to do this job. Now we're going to require a master's, and we're going to require somebody to come to a master's to get paid literally nothing.
To
What
get,
they're
to get certified, that's what they've got to do. And
They're not
they
getting-
end up working 2 jobs.
They're not getting paid. They're like Representative Keel talks about.
Right.
You have to work 2 jobs. You're not going to find people with a master's degree that wants to come in and do this. So I don't understand why why this board is increasing the requirements when we can't fill the spots
The
we have
board
as it
didn't
is.
increase the requirements. They were increased nationally in the accreditation process.
And there's stuff that they can do to appeal the national accreditation
And I
process.
think
there's all kind
there's
of
a
things.
national meeting going on right now, and there's a representative from Alabama up there trying to be a part of the process of getting some of this changed.
I have a hard time, not with you, not with this.
Right.
I have a hard time with the direction of that organization, how they've done things. And hang
I
on,
think
just say,
the
let me
group that they had
let me
was-
finish just.
Oh,
a sec.
yeah.
It's
Go
my
ahead.
time. Let me finish just a
I'm
second.
just trying to answer it.
So no, what I'm saying is I have a hard time with the way this organization is structured, with how they're running, what they're doing, and how they're doing this to recruit more people. I don't think that throwing more money or throwing more situations solves that problem until they really actually get to the root of where the problem is.
Well, what they did at the in November, they completely changed the whole process of the way the program was being directed. They got rid of a previous director and went more to a different process, someone who was doing more with the athletic trainers' goals and ambitions, and not just simply, what's the right way to say it? Not just making money.
And that's a
process.
and
So
that's,
they got that cleared up. But
that's
I
great
hope
that they fixed that in November, but it's tough to see how we're here.
you're going to have to wait a year to see how it's
You're gonna
going.
have to see how this stuff's going.
But they're trying their best. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. It's 56 ayes, 32 nays, 11 abstentions. The BR has been adopted.
Thank you, sir. I know that we need to have further discussions in order to have an amendment come up. Could we deal with the first amendment that we've got?
Chair recognizes the lady from Morgan, Representative Collins.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. And I'll speak for a minute. We are waiting to do some things. A lot of the people that I've heard concerns are on different issues. One about incenting potentially loan, and I understand that one as well. One about not funding it. If we're not using it, let's do something different. But right now, I know we have a shortage in this area. What we're trying to do is to make sure that we don't have these shortages. One of the issues, and I mentioned this to Chairman Garrett, and we're working on that amendment right now, was to include the evaluation services in ours. And I had reached out to AIC and spoken with them about these changes that would have them evaluate that to see how that goes forward. And we are working to get
right.
that amendment
They're
out.
agreeable.
And so our point is, we know we have a teacher shortage. We have a athletic trainer shortage. We have a speech pathologist shortage. We have a workforce
We got
shortage
special
in
needs
areas.
shortages.
Very much. And so these are bills that are trying to help address some of those issues, and that's what we're trying to do with this.
Exactly. In the whole process of this whole effort, it's not really to benefit our school systems that have the ability to do all of these things and have everything in place. And I mean, I would have to admit that our school system that my kids went through, we have probably one of the highest level athletic training programs in the state, but differently than what it would be, say, in a 1 through 3A area, we probably are paying a lot more because it's privately subsidized to pay that. And the interns that come in, you know, are in a process of going through either physical therapy programs or AT programs on the lower level. And I have to agree with what was said. I mean, I don't understand quite why it has to be a master's degree, but the certification process that it's been set up by the national boards and stuff, they're making it a master's. So it makes it even harder for us. And AIC was trying to be helpful to create as much positive momentum to not just have the kids educated here, because we'd already lost one big program. The first athletic training program in the state was at Samford, my university. And I called them up when they did it, and I said, why are y'all doing that? And they couldn't give me a really good reason. But, I mean, I understand they have economic situations with what they have to do with programs that they're leading out with. And then as you look at it and you see these schools trying to train these people, they're getting picked off by corporate jobs. They're going to other states that are providing bigger programs. And every time I see a child die, I think, did they have an athletic trainer who was on the scene at that time who could have used the paddles and everything that we've put through in previous legislation we've had to help them? And so,
Well, your
as you said,
reasonings for supporting this were mine. Wanting to hold everybody accountable and make sure that we're
That's
using
right,
the money
and-
wisely is also important, and that's what this amendment is. Now, whether this board is forming everything they need to
Exactly.
do or not, which was a representative.
And that's why I immediately.
That's the part I don't know about that part, but I did want to explain the part I did understand and why there was
I
the
appreciate
need,
that.
and give you a little bit more time for the amendment.
right,
And
for
if
the
you
amendment
don't
to
get
come
it,
up.
then I
We
would
do need to get
encourage
it
us
up.
to carry it over temporarily.
And we've got
So
one
it's
amendment
coming.
that we could deal with if it's, or is it, you want to present it? Oh, okay. I've just been informed they're adding this into an overall amendment, so that's what we're waiting on. And this amendment, just to give you an idea, this amendment was about an eligible applicant shall provide the commission documentation.
Chair thanks a lady. Chair recognizes a lady from Madison Revenue Hall.
Gotta wait.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield? Would you tell me what is your amendment doing? And where are you? Your amendment, what is your amendment doing?
This amendment is just the first of the things that we were doing and trying to get done. This one changes on line 128 through 130, and it'll be a part of what's coming. It's on page 5, that the eligible applicant shall provide the commission documentation.
Stop, just a moment. Where are you starting from?
Line 128 through
All right.
130. We're replacing it.
Okay, you're replacing,
Yes, ma'am, 1
Okay.
through 30, because the comptroller's office was not really equipped to try to do what was being asked for them to do. So
All right, so what is it? What are you saying?
this would be the eligible applicant shall provide the commission documentation for proof of employment from the qualifying institution for the requested semester or year. An eligible applicant who receives a loan. It's just continuing the sentence. And I can give you a copy, Ms. Hall.
Sure, because you're only replacing lines 128 through 130, right? Okay. Okay. All right. So you didn't document. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
I think this one just provided the way, Ms. Hall, for it to be done through the Commission on Higher Education and the process that's set up in the bill. I'm fine. Remember, that's fine. I don't have anything. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we've got any more people trying to speak. Could we carry this over to your call today?
Yes, sir. That'd be
get the
good. That's
amendment
good. I
up in a few
think
minutes?
it's appropriate at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'd move we carried over the call of your chair.
That is the question carried over to call the chair. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It has been carried over to call the chair.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 19 of the calendar, House Bill number 271 by Representative Collins with substitute relating to the Alabama Commission on Higher Education.
Chairwoman Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This is the last time that I think you'll see me up here today, but this is also one of those bills. It's Reengage Alabama, trying to get people to stay in Alabama and work. And right now, what we're doing is the minimum age for these learners is 25 to qualify, and we're lowering that to 22. And that's what we're trying to do, is to make sure that we are keeping these people here, and we are just decreasing for these adult learners. They don't have to be out of school for 3 years. They could finish school and immediately qualify to do this. So I ask for the BIR.
This question is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairwoman Collins.
The substitute that came out of committee was very simple and technical. The letter N was left off the word education on the first line, and this adds it back.
Okay. Question for the body is adoption. Is this a floor substitute or floor?
No, it's a committee.
Okay, I'm showing it a sub.
That's the committee sub.
I got you.
We added the N.
Okay. Question for the body is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 noes. Sub has been adopted.
I ask for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I think I saw, I was present at a presentation concerning stay in Alabama, and they were talking about our college students, trying to recruit them to stay in Alabama. But what I suggested to them that right now with the state having dual enrollment, that could be on a career line or it could be for trades, that maybe we need to do recruitment from high school, because those students that have done dual enrollment, when they finish high school, they already have 2 years of junior college under their belt. Right, for the ones who are in the program. And so how do we recruit them to stay in Alabama? Because whatever they took their dual enrollment 2 years in, once they have finished high school, unless they want to go and get another degree or get a 4-year degree, they are already equipped to go to work.
And this one is to really incent them to earn that short-term credential if they have completed even their associate degree or sometimes even their 4-year degree, but they're not really able to get a job, they're not really qualified, this would be a grant program that would help them do a short-time credential so
Okay.
that they could be in the workforce.
That's only the group that might need additional credentials and not just prepared. So
Correct. If
that's-
they're
that's
ready to
who
go in
we're-
the workforce.
That's the group we're trying to attack with this particular bill.
Yes.
So have you looked at what we do for those that's in dual enrollment, and when they get their 2-year degree in the 12th grade, they're already equipped?
I love that program. A lot of those are not only already equipped, but they already actually have jobs in their chosen credential field,
Yeah.
which is good. That's what we want them. And they're usually at that level working in Alabama, so we're keeping them here.
Okay, but shouldn't we include them for recruitment for that
Well,
group
this
that we
is-
might lose?
Well, the reason they're not is because these are ones
Okay.
that don't have that short-term credential, and it's a grant program for them to get
And they
it.
need it. This group need it in
This
order
group
to go
needs it.
forward.
Your group already has it.
Right, okay, but you don't want to recruit them necessarily?
Well, I believe most of them actually have jobs because they have that credential already.
Okay, because when I talked to the Labor Department, when they did their presentation, they really didn't had, at that point, had not included them. So they were losing some of those students too, because we hadn't, usually they go to the college campuses to do the recruit for the 4-year degree or whatever. But for those that's finishing high school already with a 2-year degree, there wasn't anything in place for them.
Right.
So now we aren't necessarily keeping them. Some of those students are leaving the state. So that's a thought that we need to, I suggested to them, we need to set up some program for recruiting them and keeping them also.
I agree. Thank you.
Chair thanks the ladies. You recognize the lady from Jefferson representing Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Collins, I just came in the building. So can you tell me what this bill does?
I can.
I heard you when I was getting off the elevator.
We already have Reengage Alabama grants to try to incent students, adult learners that are not credentialed to get a credential, but it starts at age 25. And it's for after they've gotten their 2-year or 4-year degree, but they've not been employed for 3 years. This one moves that age from 25 to 22. So if they're out of their associate degree or their baccalaureate and they need this short-term credential, this grant would be available to them.
Okay, so in other words, right now it's set at 25, age 25 regardless. But this will allow for them to be able, to get the credentials at least 3 years out if they've finished an associate and or a baccalaureate.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. I was just trying to get the clarity. And these funds will flow straight through to higher ed.
They're grants for these credentialing programs.
So how much are the grants? And what's the process, the application process for the grants?
It goes through the higher education, and the grant is up to $3,000 for universities and $1,500 for community colleges.
Is that a one-timer per applicant?
Because that's how long they're
Okay,
credentialing.
so is it one time? But I think what I was trying to get to is it one time. So for instance, if you complete your associate one time or the baccalaureate. So it's only a one-time
It's for
grant.
that one-time
regardless of-
credential, because that's what they're going
That's
back
what they're
for, is
going.
the
Okay.
credential.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 271. Clerk unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk unlock machine, record the vote, 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 271 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the lady. Clerk recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to announce the Rules Committee will meet at 4 o'clock in room 617. 4 o'clock, room 617. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 332 by Representative Faulkner relating to education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill puts in a graduation requirement for computer science, and that is really all. It does clarify some language and expand the definition of computer science, but that's really what it does, is it makes it a graduation requirement. And with that, I'd move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Oh, man. Terry, you ready now? Listen.
Speaking with the gentleman, yeah.
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
what was that old man about?
Oh, I didn't realize you were in the
You
chamber.
didn't even think I was here.
I didn't realize you were in the chamber, and usually I love seeing you and talking about the bills before.
Thank you very much. I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate it. So tell me, what are you trying to do with computer science?
Make it a graduation requirement, and Representative Hall, the State Board of Education has done this. They have said that, but it's putting it in our law that it is a graduation requirement. So, it really.
And why, to help me to understand, why do you feel it should be a graduation requirement?
Well, if you'll remember back years ago, I guess it was in maybe the beginning of my second term, I passed the computer science bill.
I thought so.
That made it mandatory to teach what I call real computer science in all of our schools. So we started off with the high school, then we went to the junior high about two years later, and then we went to the elementary schools. And appropriate age computer science, and we mandated that.
And so what has happened? You did all of that, so what has happened?
Well,
why are we here today?
That went to your question, because you said, why am I doing this? The reason I did that at that time is because we went to a national education conference, and it showed us all the jobs that exist in computer science. And that our children, you looked at the number of schools around this state at that time that were offering computer science, and it was almost nil. And so the jobs that exist out there, I don't feel like we're giving our kids a college or career-ready education if we don't provide computer science. And so that's what originally it was, to provide that. Now it's to make it a graduation requirement, that you've got to have it to graduate.
Recently, I read an article. At this point, with the computer and everything that's going on, I will tell you, the article indicated that students, young people today, will be having jobs that we won't know anything about. So us putting in computer science, and I taught science. So
I know you were a school teacher for a long time.
I was. 100 years, I did it. And I loved every day I went in the classroom. Now, some days I wondered after I got there, but I loved being in the classroom. We are still teaching our children today as I was taught, and mainly my parents and whoever else. I think the challenge for us, and we seem to take on this role as legislators, is to look at ways. And it's probably having teachers who are futuristic in their thinking. AI is really big. I went to a presentation where the professor that was speaking said to us that we have no idea. So pushing this computer thing, I'm not sure is the right thing. We may be on the right track. But I think it goes beyond that. And so that's why I was raising the question. Are we really doing our school systems as legislators who are not in the classroom, as opposed to bringing in educators and talking to them and have them tell us what would be the best approach as we look at the changes in education, as we look at the changes in computers, as we look at this thing called AI. I had the experience a couple of weeks ago of not even being on a call, but the young lady had helped me to set up my computer so that it would record the meeting for me. And then I was able to get that information. So that's my question. And since we already have computers, you're saying in addition to the courses, we said they got to have math, they have to have English, they have to have social studies, and then now you're going to say they got to have computer science. Where in the schedule is that going to be? Where will it fit?
So the State Board of Education has, you were asking, talk to educators. They want this to be a graduation requirement too.
So they asked us to help them to do that? That's great.
Well, I'm not saying they asked us to put it in the law, but they all do agree because they've put it in as a graduation requirement for 2031. So
okay, so we got
yeah,
about 6 more years.
and as to your question about where does it fall in, if you're on a standard pathway diploma, you can use this, meaning you have to have 4 science and 4 math. This can be one of those. So it can.
One of the sciences or math.
Or math.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And
artificial intelligence, Representative Jeremy Gray asked that in committee, and artificial intelligence is a part of the definition. That's part of the reason for doing the definition is this is not just about coding. I mean, this is about the world of computer science, which includes artificial intelligence and all those jobs that we're going to have no clue, but hopefully we better prepare our students for.
so if we were looking for teachers looking at our colleges and universities, how are we situated to be able to make sure we have these individuals ready? When does that become effective?
Right now, the date is 2030, 2031.
So we have 6 years. How many? Yeah. So you're going to have to do a lot of work if that's going to be the case.
Well,
you are bringing the bill, so you got
yeah.
to help to make sure that the system and all of these
That's
people
right.
that you're around, since you're bringing this bill as it relates to education. But the only thing that I say, if we've already talked today about 2 needs. We talked about athletic trainers and talked about teachers and getting people that's getting out of college or been out of college for a while, getting them to stay in Alabama. How do we make sure we have the personnel that is necessary to address the concern that you're
To teach these classes.
Yes.
Yeah, and you know, it is, I mean, I guess we're going to have to keep our college and higher ed is going to have to keep on developing teachers to be able to teach this. And we, because we're having to offer it, as you know, right now in all our high schools, it has to be offered. So their teachers have to be there.
But it's not required.
It's not required. It's required that it be offered.
Yeah.
Now we're requiring that the student take at least one to graduate.
Have you checked within the systems to see how many systems really require it, are offering it, and the number of?
Well,
classes?
by law, they have to all be offering it now.
That's what I
And it
thought.
has to meet all of code.org's, 9 requirements.
Sure.
So we were the first state to require that you offer that real computer science, offering all of code.org's 9 requirements. And we were like the 5th state to make it a law, to make it be offered, require it to be offered. Now we're forcing the student to take it.
That's the key word, force. I don't really think you have to force students to take something if they see the benefits of it. But we got to make sure that it does appeal to them. But that's another conversation for another time. But it seems to me, since we already offer it and now requiring it, yet knowing that 5 years from now, 6 years from now, when these young people graduate from high school, that they're going into jobs and activities and things, or their work force will be so totally different than we even can imagine. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hall.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, gentleman,
Yes, sir.
it's interesting you bringing this, and I guess that's what Ms. Hall was the question that kind of hit me, where the trainers gonna come from, or how the teachers, for instance. If I mentioned to you Fortran, what would you think I'd be talking about? Fortran, Cobalt,
I'm sorry. You're
Fortran,
Yeah.
Fortran, Cobalt. These are computer languages that I'm talking about. These talk as when I was student engineering early days, which is now trained. We don't necessarily use Cobalt from the standpoint we utilize in certain programs, engineering programs. But that's what I'm saying when you start talking about computer science, because it's really a lot deeper than, if you're talking about literate in computers, but are you really talking about in a serious the ability to write computer languages and to be able to do those type of derivatives. That's the type of thing that I'm wondering, because like I said, it's easy to say that, but then when you start talking about then where are the teachers coming to be able to give them the teacher, because if you're really talking about more than, what I'm assuming the computer trainer, more than just being able to turn a computer on and run it and maybe just write something, it's a lot deeper than that. And that's where I'm concerned. Where is that depth? Or where is this coming from? Then how are you going to teach it? Because, be honest about this, that gets into very few people that are skill set, and then those that are skill set, you cannot really hire them to work in the public school setting because, they're, it's like math majors, their incomes, the money that they make, is a way that you can get them into those environments. So that's the question that I pose, even with 2030, we're one of those things. Now I can see maybe we may be in a situation where we could maybe do say a course where you got one teacher and stuff like that, but the overall ability to be able to do this and to do it successful, I have a problem with trying to get where we going with this particular bill. That's the question I have, because like I said, if, I'm from the old school where we had to do the punch cards and stuff like that, and to deal with it and stay all night at the the computer lab till you got that one
Big
card.
computers too.
Yeah, what I'm saying. So but we was into the serious writing and dealing with like that, and then even now there are certain engineering programs that even now go back to the Fortran language and everything, and they run them, and they have a way to run them on the Word application, but to really get and do calculations, we still have to use certain Fortran programs, and that's much more than we use, what we're using to doing the drawing we're talking about. So when you say computer science, that's the question that hits me. Where are you really going with this? Because the ability to do that, even the ability to do it at the college level, you're so limited on the resource of people, the ability to treat.
Well, and that's part of the reason this definition, we're trying to expand it and make it open. But really, this bill, what we are required today to offer is these classes have to be offered in our schools today. So what this bill is doing is not really what you're hammering on, which is what are those classes? What are they teaching?
Right. You gonna say that, to me, if you gonna, let's do it the real deal.
But this is saying that law already passed. What I passed it 6 years ago, or 5 or 6 years ago, is in place. Well, and it was the strongest in the country about computer science. But this definition is trying to open it up and cover these areas because it keeps changing and evolving. Yeah. Emerging, it's okay. So the definition of computer science, Representative, in the bill, is the study of computers and algorithmic processes including their principals, their hardware and software designs, their implementation, their impact on society, and their emerging technologies, including but not limited to artificial intelligence. Content should focus on teaching students how to create new technologies, not simply how to use technology. So those classes are being taught. This is just making it such that you got to have one to graduate. And it can sub in for one of your math or science.
Well, the
credits.
question I have in particular, like some of the rural, black belt schools like I have and everything, where's the teacher gonna come to teach in those environments to be able to give those students even a chance? That's why, it'd be, because like I said, if you are serious about teaching, to be honest about it, what I didn't know about anything about it till I hit engineering school at University of Alabama, my first exposed to that. And I understand, that, and we want them to have, but my overall thing, if you're going to really get into the serious teaching of what you're saying you're teaching, then we need to know, how we going to get the abilities, just to say, well, we took computer science and that, but then, I just don't see the available resources. Now, I know we got some smart kids and pretty genius, and they can get some computers and do some things and everything from, just that nobody really teach them. You got that out there, but just for the overall standpoint of students, somebody that's teaching them, because everybody can't learn it. You know what I'm saying? It's a very difficult process.
Right. And that was the reason we did the law 5 or 6 years ago. There were some schools in the state up in my area that were offering computer science, but it wasn't being offered around every part of this state. And that was the purpose of that, is to make sure it was offered in every school in this state. And so now that is the law.
Well, and it's the law, but that's the only thing that I'm just trying to make sure, because it's the law. Then what were you saying we're doing now is just supposed to be codified, but and I don't have a problem with it, but I'm just wanting to know where we're going to end up, because typically on my areas, my kids going to always end up on the short end of the stick, because of what's offered, because one, the number of students, the ADM, and how many teacher units we earned, and so we deal with just being able to teach the basics. Then you start talking about, courses like computer science, where you don't have an instructor around. You may be able to work something from the university, maybe, that we do, technical, but that's what I'm saying, because to me, if you're going to do that, then we also need to know that there's a funding source available. So
Absolutely. Chairman Garrett right there, it needs to be.
Well, you say he's going to take care of it, he's going to put the money in and make sure that we have it.
Absolutely. We're making sure this has to happen.
Yeah, because that's the only reason I'm the question, because I myself know that, and everything and stuff, and I just want to make sure, because if you're going to really teach computer science and get into it from the standpoint of where, and it's really great, I have fun when I do it, because, at times you spent back in the days when we used to do it, you spent all those hours, camped out trying to run. And,
what type of engineer were you?
I'm a petroleum engineer, but but like I said, you mess around and drop your cards and you got a whole mess all over because of everything. But that was back in those days. It's not like that nowadays, but I'm just telling you from an early history of it and where we are now. But then having somebody to teach it and to be able to logically teach it to students so that they can make a difference, and that they're really, what you say in computer science, because what I see, if I'm a teacher, then everybody that I got walking out here gonna be computer geniuses, at least can write a program, run a program, and make sure it's done. And that's the question that I have and everything, So, if we're gonna do this matter, then we need to make sure the resources, even if it's, we need to make sure all that's in place, because otherwise, the ability to have people to teach that, they're not a professor, then it's not going to be able to have that instruction taught, even in schools, where you're talking about in North Alabama. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative,
Yes, ma'am.
have you been into many of our schools lately? Because these children,
Been into the ones in my district, but
Yeah, but have you watched them work on those computers in your district? They could do some of the most creative things on a computer and a cell phone than the law allow. Now, my concern is we sit here and you did pass some bills about teaching computer science, but have you gone back for the bills you passed to get any feedback to see what's happening?
That's hard to say, maybe in general, but
Have you gone through the Alabama Department of Education
well, yes.
to look at those bills to see? Because I hear you saying students need to take the program. But most of these students, I can bet you 99.9% of them can do more, would have to teach the teachers that we don't have to teach computer science. Because it's something that comes easy to them. They've grown up with computers. I've seen young people, they do all of their homework, graphics, and everything else, just going to Schoology to do whatever they have to do, rather than us requiring them to take computer science when most of them are so well versed. It just could put you in awe to actually see what our children really know. But I think when we pass these types of bills, and I continue to say, what kind of feedback do we get? You passed 2 bills, I think, already dealing with computer science. What kind of feedback have we gotten from the State Department of Education?
very positive.
Oh, can you give us that?
Well, yeah,
Can
Dr.
you give
Mackey,
us a report?
I don't have it with me,
So
but
before we go forth, we continue to do things and make mandates, but we don't have any feedback from what happened before. So we don't know the necessity of what you're trying to do because we didn't get a feedback. And I think when you passed, you were standing over here that time. And I said, what kind of feedback are we going to get from these bills so that we could know that they're working? I haven't seen any. And now we're saying, make it mandatory for the children to have computer science. But I don't know of many children you can find in the state of Alabama that on that cell phone they got everything that they can load on them cell phones. They can do all of their homework on the cell phone. If you ask them to do some type of graphics, they could do that on it too. So I don't know the requirement of them taking it is a necessity without us making sure that with the other bills you passed, that first of all, we are equipped with people and technology for this to be taught. How many of our schools in the state of Alabama today have already equipped their schools to be able to teach the program already? And how many of them are, if they are required, if they've already, we put up a computer lab, and the only problem we got is the fact that students won't sign up for that particular course, then I could see that. But we passed a couple of bills to make the requirement that it be taught. So how we put the monies there to create the computer labs for people to teach the computer science. Then, like other people say, is that something we're running through our universities and colleges to make sure that we can recruit the teachers needed to be able to do some type of incentive for us to have the teachers? So we're saying it's mandatory without knowing if our schools are prepared to teach it right now.
well, it's already the law that they have to offer the class.
It's a law,
Yeah.
but where and when did we put the monies into these schools to provide the resources? Are they there? Are all of our schools,
so.
and you went all the way from high school back to elementary school?
Yes, ma'am.
So is every one of our elementary schools, middle schools, high schools equipped today to teach computer science? It doesn't matter about the law if you didn't put any teeth behind the law to provide the resources for all of those school systems to have what they need to teach it. Then on top of that, how many teachers have we recruited across the state of Alabama to be able to teach what now we're saying the students have to take? Do we have that in place, and can we see that in writing?
I would hope we could get that from the State Department of Education.
So why don't we get that before we go forth? Because it doesn't, to me, I don't see the rationale of requiring students to take something that we haven't set up. If those schools haven't set up to be able to teach it, and I see what time you give to set it up. So up until 2030, are we planning to make sure every school from elementary, middle school, high school, have a computer lab are we sure that we have the number of teachers that would be able to teach computer science? Now, if we've got all of that in place, then I think your bill is in order. But if judging from the other bills we've already passed to say this is the law, but we haven't done anything to make sure it can come to fruition other than mandate children take it, and there is no lab to go into, there is no computer to work on, there is no teacher to teach. You see, and we don't have that, and I would think that before we get to this mandate, we will make sure our Department of Education can assure us that all of our schools have reached the point of the last two bills that you passed.
Well, in the State Department, the Board of Education has made this a graduation requirement for 2031. So I feel that they must believe
No, sir.
that they
Don't
can.
feel like that when it comes to the state of Alabama. Don't feel like that when it comes to education, because we are here. We're passing laws for them. But where's the money to make sure that he ain't got it. He done gave all his away to so many other programs, to homeschooling, to charter school, to virtual schools, to all the other programs, some program we had last year, so all that money gone. So, but you've already passed them first couple of bills dealing with computer science, so where are we as it relates to those bills you've already passed? Because it said we will teach computer science. So if that's what we're saying we're going to do, have we made sure from 12th grade back down that all of our schools are equipped to be able to teach, and they have teachers on board, or will have? We saying what, graduation requirement up to 2031 when you don't have one teacher. You don't have one computer lab. But you telling these children, you got to take computer science. On what? On their cell phone? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
That if we're doing this, let's make sure that we've accomplished the first two bills you passed. Like the first two bills, you started out with high school, then you went all the way down to grade school, kindergarten, elementary school. Well, are they prepared right now? Do we know of any university in the state of Alabama that are equipping our teachers to be able to go on all grade levels? And you know, with each grade level, that's going to take that teacher either having early childhood development, they got to have that development from middle school to high school to be able to teach computer science on different levels. So do we have that assurance that all of our universities that are training our teachers that would have to address this? Because the ones that we got now, if we haven't dealt with your first two bills, they're not prepared either. So when do the schools get prepared? And we're putting this mandate on them. And it's like one teacher mentioned to me last week that we had a bill here talking about cursive writing. But our children still can't teach. They can't do cursive writing because we don't teach it. I see my time is about up. So that's all I'm saying. Why we mandated when we haven't seen where we are from the last two bills?
Thank you, Representative.
Chair, thanks, lady. Question for the body now is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 95 ayes, 4 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Faulkner.
I move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I meant to move for the adoption of the sub.
You care to explain your substitute, please?
Yes, I think we changed the definition of computer science, made it a little more expansive, and we may have moved the year up by 1 year. I think that's pretty much it.
You've heard the explanation to the sub. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
You said you may have made some changes?
So the sub, I was trying to be clear on what exactly in my mind what the sub did as opposed to what the original bill was.
Yes, sir.
And so my colleague has reminded me that that is what we did. The definition we changed of computer science to make it more expansive. And we, at the end, Representative Hall, you'll see on page 5,
Yes, sir, I'm there.
that last paragraph of the bill, mathematics course credits and science course credits may only be replaced by department-approved computer science courses
I see it.
if the public school student is on the standard diploma pathway. So we put that in to make sure that if you're, the only way this replaces one of your math or science courses is if you're on the standard diploma.
I got that. So on page 4, I saw a couple of changes, like line 87, the concept of computer science. And I don't know what that section is, but it makes sense. You see where I am at the
Yes,
top?
ma'am. Yes, I do.
87. And then down it on the bottom of page 4 on line 107. So, and you've indicated that it would be the class of 2031 already. And
Yes, and
the
I
other
think we
part
moved
was-
it up a year.
You moved it up from what, 2031?
Instead of being 2031, we moved it up to, from 32, yeah, we moved it to 31.
Okay, I was about to say you had, okay. And so the other part is fine. I just wanted to make sure what you were.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks, lady. You've heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 2 nays, 2 abstentions. Substitute has been adopted.
Move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes.
So I want to just, first of all, compliment you on bringing this bill. When did you first bring the computer science bill? What year was that?
That's a really good question, Danny.
2 or 3 years ago?
2019.
2019.
Right.
So then we went into COVID and all that stuff here. So we're kind of just really seeing the effects of that, the impact of that. I just wanted for the body tonight and to address some of the comments that or questions that Representative Moore had. Chairman Orr and I have met with Dr. Mackey. They have hired in the State Department an AI expert, basically. The concern we have about computer science is that, you know, when I took computer science, there was a textbook, and I had that book probably been around for 5 years, and you read, you know, computer science today is different. It's got to be fluid, changing, whatnot. So a lot of it is dynamic. There's some software type programs. There's some virtual type programs. Quanthub is a vendor that is doing some things with computer science. So it's very, I think, what we're doing right now is implementing some very 21st century current technology, current teaching approaches. We also in the budget are looking to provide computer science support, educational support for teachers, things like that. So I think that the deal is that this is a need that's become a priority of the State Department. I won't say we're there in every school at this point, but I will say through our ALET, the Organization of Alabama Leaders in Educational Technology, we've seen a lot of improvement in that infrastructure within the schools and the ability to deliver the computer science curriculum. So it's a priority. We're looking to fund some of that in the budget. We're looking to further these programs, but our point we've made, and Dr. Mackey certainly agrees, this has to be an ever-changing, dynamic, fluid thing we're doing. This is not a one-time, you learn it, it's going to change every day. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. The question for the body now is final passage of HB 332 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 ayes, 1 nay, 2 abstentions. HB 332 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 18 of the calendar, House Bill number 324 with substitute by Representative Sells relating to sheriffs.
Chairman Sells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply changes the time that sheriffs take office from midnight to noon. And this has been worked out with the Sheriff's Association, talked to it, they okay with it, like it, and we have a substitute, Mr. Speaker.
Let's get the BR, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, what the substitute done, the original bill accidentally cut some language out that the county commissioners needed in there. So we repaired that language, and it still didn't change the bill from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., I'm sorry.
You've heard the explanation of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for final passage as substituted.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 324. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 324 has passed as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 86 by Senator Orr relating to labor and employment.
Representative Rafferty, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, SB 86 establishes a certain kind of account that's called portable benefits. What this does is it allows independent contractors, particular growing market or share of our labor market that deals with gig work or platform-based app work. It allows for them to set up a portable benefits account, which would then immediately be, let me catch my breath for a second, real quick. Yeah. All right. So what this does is there's a growing share of the workforce that's dependent upon gig work and app-based work to make ends meet. What we need to do is this kind of employment does not provide the same kind of financial security that traditional employment does with its benefits packages, particularly like maternity leave, sick leave, and paid time off. What this does is allow for a certain kind of account to be established by a bank that would then work with that, work with a trade. I don't know why this is, okay. It's been a long day, everybody. All right, Alabama. So what this does, I'm bringing it back. They have this whole sheet here, but I don't know why I need to even look at it. I just need to talk to you. All right. So it establishes an account that provides for a way for a gig worker to be able to put money into the account that could then be matched by an app-based platform or that employer, so that there can be the financial security of having paid time off. The thing is that if you are a driver for Uber or for DoorDash or for a shopper for Shipt, you have to be working in order to keep making money. Now, if you get sick, that doesn't mean you don't get sick or you don't have kids or you don't have other retirement or long-term plans. What this does is allow for that worker to set up an account where they could work for these platforms and then make money and save up for retirement or PTO or any of those kinds of things. This establishes the account for and allows banks to establish these accounts for those people. So, God bless. I would like to ask for the BIR, but I'm sure there's questions because I did a
I
terrible.
was wondering if
job
we was
right
going to
there.
get there. That's pretty good.
We'll
You
get
did
there.
good.
We're gonna get there.
You get
buddy.
there. You're
We're
doing
gonna get
good.
there.
You're doing good. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson. She's got a few questions for
Yes,
you.
ma'am. I'm sure.
Representative
I'm
Moore.
Sure. Terrible. I apologize, everybody. This really is a great bill.
That's all you carry is good bills, right? Is that what you're saying?
It's just it's kind of something where it's a really great idea. It's an innovative idea.
My cousin just told me, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I need to get some clarity.
Please, yes, ma'am. I believe it.
A gig,
I
when
believe
somebody
that.
told me, used to say they were doing a gig, you know, they was playing at some club or
Right.
something.
Yep.
Now your gig is an Uber driver.
That's what we're saying now. That's what.
That's what we're saying now. So that's gonna help with clarity that your gig now is an Uber driver.
Right.
I just need to know, because when they used to say I got a gig,
Mm-hmm.
that meant they was playing at, you know, some little club or something, and that was the gig.
Right.
you
Yeah.
know.
Musicians have
Musicians,
gigs. Right. I
they
know.
have
I'm
gigs,
familiar.
so that kind of threw me off. But I'm just for a better understanding for
Yeah.
those people who are a gig workers, as you say.
Or app-based platform.
Right.
Workers.
It gives them an opportunity to get extra money.
Correct. That can then go towards PTO or
Right.
sick pay, maternity leave.
Whatever they need,
Whatever they need.
because they don't get benefits.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
See?
Boy, that
Look,
was kind of
thank you, Mary.
hard.
Thank you, Miss Moore.
I
Thank you.
thought you was just taking me.
You did a
through
great
different-
job.
I got
Good
it.
job. It used to be your bill here.
I got it.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Lomax.
Rep Rafferty,
Yeah.
I appreciate your time working as Vice Chair of the Portable Benefits Task Force. I think this is very important. Independent contractors in the state of Alabama, as you already hit on, do not currently have any benefits. So
Correct.
I do want to clarify, though, this is completely optional for the employers.
That is
So
correct.
this would be an account that follows the employee. So
Mm-hmm.
if this employee worked with different apps, say he's an Uber driver one day, then he's doing DoorDash the next day,
Correct.
he would be creating this account at a financial institution or another provider. That account would follow with him wherever he goes. He can contribute to it, much like a 401k or any other program. And the employer could match if they so choose to participate in that. So this
That's
just
correct.
gives them a way to turn that on. I understand it's been modeled in other states such as
Just as-
Utah.
Yep. You were part of the task force, so you were part of that discussion, that robust discussion with where we heard from major stakeholders across the country, including consumers who would be using this who would be who would be using this service.
Right, such as Alabama employers, such as Shipt, based in the state of Alabama. So
Correct.
appreciate your work on this. I think this will help a lot of Alabamians.
Yes. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Shirey.
I am very confused.
Okay.
Gentlemen, yield.
That's very good. I understand why you might be that way. So how can I clarify for you?
So, how does this differ from a direct deposit account?
Because there's tax exempt status with the Alabama Department of Revenue.
So, who controls the withdrawals?
The withdrawals that would have to be done through an administrator. Yes. So that's made out here in the bill here.
Okay.
Mhm.
So there's
How that would work.
is there a company that administrates plans like this? Is that what you're saying?
There's a couple that do that. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I think that answers my questions because I was concerned about you're depositing into an account, it being portable.
Right.
I'm like direct deposit.
Right.
But if there's an administrator that controls, and do they have to qualify for withdrawals from this?
They have to qualify for it. It depends on how they set up the options. All this does is set up the tax-free account for them to be able to put in money there that other app-based platforms would then be able to deposit that they're working with. The benefit for the app-based platform here is that they can be more competitive with their labor. Shipt or Instacart could compete over the shoppers by offering a better benefits or better match profile for that they could do within this account.
So there's some tax benefits from this.
There is, correct.
So what would stop an Uber driver from working for Uber and then saying, I'm going to Lyft? I'm going to Lyft.
hmm
I'm just going to take all that money from that account to get me tied over until I get set up with Lyft.
Well, that would have to be up to how it's administered and what that would look like there.
And
But you
is
don't
it
want to take away the
taxable when you withdraw?
flexibility that these gig workers do have, which is the reason why they do this gig work, is because it provides them a lot of flexibility. Something like 8 and 10 of them do the work because of the flexibility that it does provide. Like a self-directed IRA.
So, okay, self-directed IRA. So they wouldn't be able to get this until they retire without paying penalty. So it's taxable when you withdraw it before a certain age.
Correct.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Rafferty.
No further questions. I'd like to ask for final passage.
That is the question. Is final passage of SB 86. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you, Mary.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 86 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for your patience, and thank you for all your questions, everybody. All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 104 by Senator Stewart, relating to the Alabama Job Creation and Military Stability Commission.
Representative Moore, you're recognized.
So this bill would just simply expand the membership of the Alabama Job Creation and Military Stability Commission to include the chairs of the Alabama House Military and Veterans Affairs Committee and the Alabama Senate Military Veterans Committee. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BLR.
Next question is adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Moore.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That is questions final passage of SB 104. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 104 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 130 by Senator Melson, relating to financial institutions and businesses.
Representative Keel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does something very simple. It says that gold or silver is legal tender in the state as long as the person receiving it agrees to that. I move to the BIR.
That is questions. Adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move final passage.
That's question final pass SB 130. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 130 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 366 with substitute by Representative Ream, relating to police dogs.
Before you get started, we'd like to recognize Officer Austin Harris of the Dothan Police Department with the K-9 handler and Debbie Johnson, the K-9 unit. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being here with us today. Representative Ream.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. HB 366, this bill would authorize emergency medical service personnel to transport a police dog that is injured in the line of duty to a veterinary clinic or a veterinary hospital. This bill would authorize emergency medical service personnel to provide emergency medical care to a police dog that is injured in the line of duty while at the scene of an injury or during transport. This bill would also immunize emergency medical service personnel from liability arising from providing emergency medical care in the good faith to the police dog. Now, I would like to make a comment. We're naming this bill the Lakin Canine Bill, and I would just like to briefly explain that Lakin was an explosive detection canine that was assigned to Alabama service member Abby Smith from Alabama. Lakin and Abby served 4 years together as a military police canine unit. Together, they were a unit. They were deployed together in Iraq for Operation Inherent Resolve. Abby and Lakin conducted 1,164 hours of explosive detection in high-risk security sweeps. After his service, Lakin was reunited with Abby here in Alabama, and Lakin has since passed away due to natural causes, but I wanted to honor them with this bill, and I do have a sub.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Ream, you care to explain your substitute, please?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So all we did in the committee, we changed the word, on line 43, we changed the word hospital to veterinary hospital to make sure everyone knew that the intent was to take the canine to a veterinary hospital, not a regular hospital. And then in the line 57 and 58, we added or civil liability for refusing to treat or transport an injured police dog. This was in discussion with the Department of Public Health, and they just wanted to make sure it was clear that this does not mandate any EMS to take action. This just authorizes EMS to transport an injured governmental canine. It does not make it mandatory, but it just, the wording was to make sure that everybody understood that it was not mandatory. And for that, I ask for a final passage, sir.
Thanks for the explanation. Ms. Hall, you want to talk about the amendment or the bill? Bill, okay. Question for the body's adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Ritchie?
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Committee sub has been adopted. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Darn, I deserve.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
I yield, ma'am.
You indicated the bill being named after Larkin and
Lakin.
Lakin and Smith.
Well,
The
the bill
Lakin
is named
candidate?
after the canine Lakin, but I was just demonstrated that Lakin was assigned to Abby Smith, who is
Okay.
from Alabama and served 4 years together. So she trained the dog. They were originally at Fort Riley. They were deployed to Iraq.
Okay.
Where, they did, distinguished service for us.
I was trying to determine what happened that caused us to be at this point in having this bill. What happened that brought this?
That's an excellent question. So this bill originally, this type of legislation was passed in Florida. And what had happened was they had an injured canine, and this is just governmental, a police dog, firemen, search and rescue. And so they had a life flight that had to refuse service to transport the dog because they said they cannot assume the liability. So all we're doing is giving taking the liability away for injury to the dog if they so choose to transport the dog. And then we did have in Alabama, if I may, they did have in Alabama, the Department of Public Health said there has been a couple incidences in which an ambulance has transported an injured canine dog, but sometimes there's a reluctance to do it because of the liability issue. So that's what was the purpose of the bill.
And the liability is because they transported a dog versus an individual, or that something happened to the dog while it was being transported, or?
Well, the feeling is that they shouldn't be liable for the dog. That the liability is just about the dog, not
Okay,
anything else.
okay.
So.
All right. Well, interesting. We have not had such a case in Alabama, is what you're saying. This is.
We have had cases in which the dogs have been transported by emergency medical services. I do not know if there's been a situation where they refused to transport, but we were just being proactive so that what happened in Florida wasn't going to be a reason. These canines are an investment. Some of them are very expensive, and my intent is just to make sure that we get them recuperated if we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, would you yield?
I yield, sir.
Do your dog bite?
Say again? I'm sorry.
Do your dog bite?
Does my dog bite?
Yes.
My dogs do not bite.
Well, I guess I've been bitten, but it's not by your dog.
Some dogs bite.
You know, we had this bill in committee, and I think I asked that question. And like my colleague Hall said, it's something different for us here in Alabama, transporting an animal in an emergency situation rather than a person. And so I applaud your efforts for doing this, because those dogs are like people. They're trained policemen to do their job. They protect and serve. So, and I asked the question, the liability you've taken care of that. So that's why I asked, does your dog bite? The old commercial that was on back in the day. The man was walking his dog, and the guy wanted to pat him, and he asked, "Oh, your dog?" "No, my dog don't bite." So he stooped down and patted the dog. The dog bit him. He said, "I thought you said the dog didn't." He said, "That's not my dog."
Not my dog. It's Peter Sellers, yes.
Well, we appreciate you for bringing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 366. Clerk on the lock machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 366 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 96 by Senator Carnley relating to motor vehicles.
Representative Marcus, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a pretty simple bill. This bill allows for rebuilt titles for vehicles that are totaled outside the state. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
That's questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage of SB 96.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 96. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. SB 96 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, let's call up HB 288, please.
On page 19 of the calendar, House Bill number 288 by Representative Mooney relating to the Alabama Commission on Higher Education.
Representative Mooney, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I believe we have an agreed upon amendment by everyone in relation to the bill to improve it. I'll be glad to.
Okay, who's got the amendment? I don't have.
I think Ms. Collins is going to
Okay.
offer it.
Chairwoman Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 288 by Representative Collins.
Madam Chair.
They had some language that Representative Mooney described earlier, and we are trying to put some accountability in all of these programs so that we make sure they're working and they have a goal, and we have We know what that would be, and that's what this amendment adds, is some accountability working through the evaluation services along with the Commission on Higher Education.
Yeah, you've heard the explanation. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Witt.
Thank you. Representative Collins, do you know what the balance is that has been cared for on this loan
On this
program?
one, for this program,
Because I am under the
about
impression-
2.5 million is what it says.
And what do we allocate them a year? Is it $2 million?
746,000.
So we're allocating $740,000 a year, correct, to these individuals
Well,
or this program?
I don't think it's been in existence that long, but I think we have allocated a good amount because we're trying to make sure we're filling these positions.
Okay. So we're allocating 740, and they're not spending it because they've been able to raise their fund balance up to a little over 2 million, correct? So that's 3 years of
Enough Alabamians have not applied for those, and so they're trying to broaden what that perspective is so that more people would qualify, because we still have shortages in these areas.
Okay, I
So
just
it's
want to
still
make
trying
sure
to
that
meet a need, but you are correct.
that we
yes.
often see this, and I've noticed a lot of these carryover balances that we continue to just carry over, and we have these big fund balances, and they go unchecked, and then at the end, you come back and we're trying to add more teachers or more positions into that. But thank you. You are correct. It's a
Thank
little over 2 million, which is over 3 years of carry.
And since we need people in these positions, if this would incent them to do it, and if not, then we need to have an evaluation program
Of
that
that.
comes
Correct.
up
Thank
with
you.
a different plan.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Thank you, Representative Collins.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Mooney.
I'd move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
As questions, final passage as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 67 ayes, 29 nays. HB 288 has passed as amended.
Thank you, members. Appreciate the opportunity for discussion on this critical need area.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Escambia, Chairman Baker, for a time-sensitive resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I do have a timely resolution. This would be for celebrating the 100th upcoming birthday of Sue Andrews, originally from the Bruton area. And she's got a birthday coming up next month, so this is a timely resolution. I would ask if there be no objections that all members be co-sponsors on the bill.
Clerk, see the resolution.
Amendment by Representative Baker.
You've heard the recommendation from the gentleman. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Thank you,
gentlemen.
members.
Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Wilcox, on a special announcement.
Francis, it's your birthday, and we just got to sing. Come
Come on down.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Francis. Happy birthday to you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment. Thursday at 8, 9. Third, we agreed to Thursday at 9 a.m.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.